Hello, I am Brandon, the humble host of Actual Play Broadcast. This will serve as an introduction to our broadcast for the time being. As we record and publish more, it shall change. We are still getting things set up, so apologies for any errors, skips, or silence that may occur. Everything will be smoothed out in due time. Please enjoy our broadcasts of various RPGs, and remember to tune in for more every week, as continuations or new adventures will be posted at such times. Thank you, and enjoy the show.
And we're recording.
Hello.
Hello. Is it me you're looking for?
It's time to deal with the consequences of our actions.
Oh shit!
It's like my actions. Welcome to another episode of Aldfair. Thank you for joining Actual Play Broadcasts. Our wonderful host here, Zemian. Mike did not register what you did.
God, fucking damn! I did the was up,
We got
horror movie. They're sitting there just on the phone back and forth. What's that?
I also like Scary Movie.
Apparently, there's another one in production.
Oh
I would not watch it as a kid because nobody would explain to me that it was a parody movie, and they just kept saying, "You want to watch a scary movie?" Knowing at that age, I was terrified of horror movies. And I was like, no.
That's so baffling to me, knowing you now.
It wasn't. Yeah, it wasn't until I was in late middle school. It was like, oh, it's a parody of horror movies. Which it was also why would I watch it? Because as a kid, I was terrified of horror movies. So I would not have gotten any of the fucking references.
Yeah,
other than that's the Scream guy.
I'm surprised that you were terrified of horror movies as a kid.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Given how into them you are now.
My imagination was, shall we say, overactive.
Same.
And it made bedtime real rough. So it was not until I was in they stopped scaring me as much when I was in middle school, but it wasn't until high school and I watched Alien where I was like, oh my god.
This is awesome.
Oh my god. I had my horror awakening.
Speaking of horror movies, we're in one.
Yes.
Apparently, yes.
I gotta think of a clever episode title that will probably have to wait till after this recording. I had a couple ideas, but I was like, I think I'll wait, see how the session plays out. So real quick, just housekeeping. We discussed last session that we're going to be down not dealing with the Kingmaker stuff in the same way as the rules are. Same thing extending to mass combat. We are still missing Cinder this week. She's off doing crad game things. Something about collectible slices of cardboard. And a tournament for collecting cardboard. I don't know. It's very weird.
No, none of us ever have that.
Yeah, don't worry though. We're gonna get her into a contract, so anytime she's not here, she's gonna have to show for the podcast. So we're making that happen. She doesn't know it yet, but So no Liana this week, and
but I'm here this time.
I don't care about you.
Kill myself.
Wow.
Couldn't help myself. I just had to do it. It's only slightly annoying that we're down one because this is going to be a y'all saw the last episode. This is a very tender time right now. There was a session that was not reported that unfortunately you listeners are not going to be able to hear the details of, but you will get to hear some stuff secondhand either during this session or maybe the next when things settle from the other players who were in that session, because that was specifically a Leon and Sveta session to catch them up for missing last week. Because they were not just sitting on their hands for several in-game weeks. They were doing things. So that said, who wants to do the recap before I volunteer somebody to do it?
I'll do it.
I wasn't here for the last session, so I literally can't.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, other than you, obviously.
Last session, we started, getting the getting the settlement spruced up. We had a meeting with a number of individuals, one of which being the leader of the Artificers Guild, and we discussed making our chemicrete. Figured out what we wanted to build with that. Homes, a wall, a watchtower. Things to actually keep us safe, or so we thought. Then had a conversation with Lady Silvermoon. Discussed wanting to set up a holiday for the remembrance of the Queen and Adex as a whole. That way, everyone can kind of get over all the bad shit that's happened. And look forward to a brighter tomorrow. I then also took the time to question Lady Silvermoon about her thoughts on a lot of the people that make up the council. Specifically called out High Hand for needing a wife or a stick less firmly planted in his ass. My words, not hers. High Priest is all work, no play. Garrick is not great high society company, but otherwise all around seems good. And Goldleaf has no backbone, but she knows how money works. We find out what all's wrong with my side of the family. Still need to fucking deal with that. Find out that we have 43 noble houses, all ranging from 1 to 10 people, 7 of which are of considerable influence and have at least 2 members. We get a look at the local flora and fauna, and, we got some pretty good stuff around us. A lot of dangerous things around us, like dire lions. So, that's fun.
Oh. We learned a little bit about the bat.
Oh, well, I'm gonna get there. We're gonna get there. They got giant bees by us. We established a holiday. In meeting with Silvermoon, one of the things that was also brought to our attention by the I almost want to call them the Cult of the Bone, but I know that's not right.
Society of the
Followers of the Bone, or the Mortuary.
Mortuary. The mortuary took us to what our impolite house guests did, and we learned a few things about them. The people that shifted didn't ever transform back. They had an extra blood pocket. They had thick skin. The lady with a bow that we encountered had been casting magic and died in the process of casting magic, and they believe it to be an invisibility spell. We're not sure how that magic functions, but, they were all cut up and bloody, and I thought, and I imagine a number of people also thought, that these individuals were, just being used as a food source to your little bat friends. That was not the case. We go to bed that night. Well, not that night, but several weeks later, on the cusp of a full moon. And a number of inhabitants of our settlement have a rough night and transform. A large number of the settlement's population is infected with lycanthropy. Is it still called lycanthropy if it's a bat?
I think it's chirophanthropy.
Yeah.
The base curse is in the rule system referred to as lycanthropy, just for clarity's sake.
Yep.
Yeah.
Within Pathfinder, lycanthropy as a curse. I don't know how it fits in Galarian lore, but the base assumed form is werewolf. But it can come from multiple species.
But yeah, no, a lot of people shifted and went a little berserk. Everyone hit on the beach that didn't transform. And there was a lot of rampaging and death that happened. Couple of fires. One really large fire with one of our party members not exactly being a werebat, but being something a little extra special because their life just was not going bad enough.
Indeed.
True. Very true.
But hey, fresh start. You know, totally a fresh fucking start.
And extra hilarious that our paladin failed this.
Yeah, fucking dice hate me. That's all people need to know. You'll hear more of it as dice continue to hate me. It's fine. So we all wake up and are now dealing with the aftermath of the situation. Tilk, being King Regent, informed Rhea to go make sure that there are people alive. Told her to go find Erstyle, make sure that he was good, and Tilk started rounding up everybody that was inside the tent city still. That way we can get a more proper head count. We never resolved whether or not he did get a proper head count.
Yeah, so I think the easiest way to go about this, because you all have, in the two separate sessions, have essentially been at the point of we need to get contact with other people who are in charge and kind of organize and try to not necessarily get to the bottom of this, but lay out the immediate details that are important. So what is going to happen is in the morning, Tilk, you're doing your stuff, going around trying to round people up. Roderick is within the encampment, so he is there helping you at first, Tilk. Those of you that are outside the encampment, Caius is sort of not necessarily taking charge because you all are making decisions in this, but Caius is taking it upon himself to go through and pick out the people who are in leadership positions who are not infected. So pretty much important people who are on the Kingmaker sheet who are not infected.
It's not many people.
And Roderick is doing the same for those that are infected. And in general, the consensus has been to separate people who did change and people who didn't. Because y'all aren't entirely sure how this spread. So right now, the best thing to do is to, at the very least, prevent any other ways this might continue to spread. And just keep people separate, do a pseudo quarantine of a sorts of just getting, uninfected stay over there, infected stay over there.
And we should probably check those that survived the Night of Horrors to see if they have any injuries.
Yes.
That might make them,
So as part of this, to kind of, because this is, and the reason I'm doing it this way is if we try to RP this out, like, the entire session will probably be consumed with just talking to people and stuff. And I think people are more eager to actually address the problem than RP that out. So we're going to kind of not just breeze through this, but overview of what's going down. IS is establishing a gather point for the uninfected outside the encampment, closer to the beach. Broderick is helping manage infected inside the encampment. Amongst the uninfected, I did make roles for these individuals, so let me go ahead and check these real quick. Oh, it's not in that channel, it's in this channel. Lady Silvermoon is with the uninfected leadership. Sir High Hand is with the infected. The High Priestess is with the uninfected. She has, as I established with High Hand, he's helping organize the uninfected population with Tilk. High Priestess is, while she's staying with the uninfected, she's kind of got like a separate station set up to help tend to the wounded, because she's got magics and shit to avoid the spread of infectious shit.
Yep.
Garrick is working with High Hand because he's also infected. Thalwyn Goldleaf is also infected. Amongst your fellow party members, Sveta is uninfected, Liana's uninfected, Erstyle's uninfected, and then, as we recall, Tilk and Fisk infected.
Tilk and Rhea.
Yeah.
Sorry, Rhea. I fucking got all one. All got those of you. Yes. It is now a metavirus.
Do you know?
Oh no.
Do you know what my favorite thing about looking at the infected is? Is it's people that should not have been infected.
Yeah.
We have a fucking ranger, a fighter, and a paladin.
The people with the highest saves
And a mage.
failed it, and the people with the lowest saves succeeded. Because dice.
Because fuck us.
In case I didn't say it before on the recording, because I know I've talked about it both in and out of recording, all the named NPCs got rolls.
Yep.
Non-named NPCs were part of the mass rolls I did. So Roderick straight up failed his personal save. Garrick straight up failed his personal save. It is wild. The only one who actually had like a bad roll and failed it was Goldleaf.
Thank God Caius isn't infected. That'd be a fucking nightmare.
Oh yeah, we talked, guys, about that.
So all that is being set up. It's not really as much chaos and pandemonium as a just general disorderliness. There is a bit of desperation on the air, but people are being cooperative because in times of major catastrophe, one could argue that is often the time where, generally speaking, the best of humanity comes out, as sharing in major events like this have a tendency for people to go into a certain, you could maybe call it a survival mode of a sort, where people are instinctually just helping each other out. Because, damn, shit sucks, bro.
Yeah. Quick question. Tilk at one point will try to like come in contact with like a silver piece. Is it uncomfortable to hold? Does it burn?
There is a part of you that is a little perturbed with holding it, but it is not agonizing to do so.
Okay, because we technically don't know.
The impression you get is if there is a supernatural weakness to it, it is not an acute allergy to the material. It is more likely, if the conclusion you're coming to is correct, it is injury by the material that is the problem.
But my thought is like we know about the specific kind of vampire, and where touching silver would have been.
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah, that's a beast vampire.
You're not.
That's something else.
Well, yeah, but we don't know what this is technically. Tilk would have been like, okay,
Yeah.
am I a vampire now?
Fair.
Cool, no.
That's fair. But no, you're not. Yeah, there is a part of you that it's like, I'm not really a fan of holding this, but I'm not threatened by it.
Oh god, we'll have to use Electrum. Oh no.
Well, there you go. Now people actually have a reason to use Electrum. There you go. There you go, D&D people. You have an excuse now. Just run, a heavily infected werewolf population.
Or don't.
I think you should. I think it's a great idea.
One of the Tilka's gonna try to organize the council because we need a plan yesterday.
Yes, because this whole process is probably going to take about, I'm going to say, it's going to be about 2 hours in the morning. So it's going to be passed on. It's going to be 8 in the morning. So it's 8 a.m. on the 19th day of Ligerbeer, which is going to be Stolix. The setting's equivalent to Sunday.
You got it named.
Oh yeah, all the days are named. I just haven't been deep diving, just info dumping the calendar every possible turn. So it would take about 2 hours for this general organization to have. They're still picking through people because there's actually a surprising number of uninfected that are still inside the encampment who managed to hide or just survive one way or another, as well as people outside of the encampment. So there is filtering through people inside the encampment of trying to separate people out, and that's most of what takes a while, as well as establishing communication through the people in charge.
Yep.
So with that done, you are able probably around 8:30 to get a meeting of the leadership, and essentially you all will meet kind of at the edge of the encampment, kind of in between the two different groups of infected and uninfected. So you're separated enough that you're having a private conversation. You're kind of in a no man's land, and it's established, okay, those of y'all that have it,
stay over there.
15, 20 feet over there.
Social distance.
Uninfected over here. Social distance plus some. Because we don't know how this spreads. But everybody has come to the conclusion that it spreads.
Yeah.
Because everybody all at once did not just suddenly come down with this thing. It spread in some way.
Yeah.
So you all gather. I'm going to say Liana is there. She's not busy doing something else. She is, as I mentioned at the start of this campaign, silent partner. She's not going to chip in with anything. I'm not going to roleplay somebody else's character.
First thing Tok is after is death toll.
Sir High Hand will sit there. Well, it's going to take some time to get some exact numbers, but estimating roughly somewhere around 2,000 at least.
Jesus.
But exact numbers are going to evade us, potentially for a few days. There are some people who are heavily injured who may not make it in the next couple days.
High Priestess, you've been working with the triage. Do you have a number of uninfected versus infected?
Well, based off of what I've seen and what I've heard, I would estimate somewhere between 50 to 75% of the population being impacted. To call whatever this affliction is catastrophic would be accurate.
Damn near underselling it. This happened on the full moon. Well, the full moon rising, not even the full moon at its apex. Which should be tonight, correct?
Yes, the true full moon will be at its apex tonight.
So we can expect that this is going to happen.
If this is truly tied to the moon, like we suspect, then I suspect we will have to endure at least 2 more nights, potentially 4 more. But considering it only rose its ugly head tonight, or last night rather, I think it's safe to say the next 2 nights are our highest risk.
Agreed. So
we need to find a way to, well, limit the casualties then.
Liana and I sort of figured out last night as we were talking and waiting for the night to end. We're pretty sure they poisoned the food.
Which leads back.
So whatever's been cooked or has come off the ship is at risk of being contaminated, and if we don't want to increase the number of this, then we need to dispose of it.
Can our clergy detect it?
It does show up as magic.
Is not a disease, the High Priestess says. I have run some detections. It is possible to identify it with magic. It is not a baser miracle to do so. Some of my clerics will not be able to do it. However, I have a few in my service who would be capable as well as myself.
We should at least try and identify then some of the food we can still use, because
yes, I can. Matter of fact, she turns to one of the clerics who has been escorting her. I should be fine here in the presence of Caius and Sir High Hand. If you could go see to send Jezebel to the ship to double check the supplies. Of course, my lady, and here we'll go off. What I have discovered on my detections is it appears to be a curse of a sort that behaves as a disease. Those such as, well, the King Regent here, who would normally be afforded protections against disease, will not be safe from this, obviously, as it is not one. It is supernatural in nature. Its origin, though, obviously, is beyond my understanding, and the exact functionalities of it is beyond my understanding. But I can say without a doubt, it is a magical curse of one origin or another.
Father Liana, you spoke with the collegiate. I have not had time to reconnect with you. Are they cooperative? If it is a supernatural curse, perhaps the studies of magics could be useful in this.
Damian, if you're talking, we can hear you.
No, I'm sorry, I missed that. Repeat.
Were you able to discover whether or not the collegiate will be able to assist if it is a curse and magical in nature? We could have them investigate and potentially find a cure.
I have not confirmed whether the collegiate can do that. But I can tell you right now that they probably will not.
Did they give a reason why?
Because they are busy fucking off for their own purposes.
Could you be more specific?
They want to look for something in the ethereal sea that they think is going to be the key to saving us all, and they refuse to do anything but that.
I imagine that this issue might have shifted perspective on that.
I can ask them again, but given how firm they were about not participating in shaping our society as we now know it, in favor of looking for what they're looking for, I'm not sure.
If anything, could you arrange a potential meeting with them?
Yeah, if
I'll
not, the
speak with
Alchemists
them.
Guild and the Artificers Guild have been much more amicable, and the Alchemists may be able to find something to do.
Also true. Out of character, I thought the Alchemist Guild was absent. I thought the surviving was the Artificers Guild.
No, we made contact with the Alchemist Guild, and we're before all this went down, we were going to come back with seeing about sending the Artificers and the Alchemists essentially tradesmen, people to apprentice under them for purposes of bolstering the ranks of people who have actual workable skills.
Yeah, no, I again, out of character. I thought that they were gone.
No.
Effectively, as far as you would have been concerned, they would have been gone, because essentially the Alchemist Guild back in Aldfair was immense. Now it is two handfuls of people.
Okay, I mean it's still something.
Yeah, they are decimated, like everything else.
Yep. Well, but it's hard for the collegiate to study the thing that could save all of our lives if they are turned into monstrous bat creatures and or killed by monstrous bat creatures. So, if anything,
I said the same thing about wolves, and they continued to be assholes.
Well,
it sounds like their attitude hasn't changed since the fall of Adax. The collegiate are, the collegiate. Many of them have been a particular sort. There's a reason why Tremok did not accept a position to be in charge of them.
And I see more and more every day why he was right to do so.
Trust me, my lord, you don't need to convince anybody here of the severity and how nice their help would be. They are the ones that need to be convinced, and they are quite honestly a pretentious bunch.
We'll see if I can talk sense into them.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious. Oops, sorry.
Yeah, go on.
I'm curious. These, a number of you saw what we turned into. They are similar to the assassins. Why were they not berserk? They were able to wield tools, weapons.
It's hard to say at this point in time, but that maybe that they are more familiar with what they are. You guys this is your first time, and therefore you were overwhelmed by the new sensory information or instincts.
They could also be using some sort of magic that we don't know about.
It could be a number of things, yeah.
I am not a expert in courses, but my training has covered many subjects. In regards to the church's understanding of curses. Curses are often variable. They are, well, particular in their rules. It could be that there is a very defined set of rules for how this curse operates. Maybe the first night is a night of madness. Perhaps every night could be madness. The fact of the matter is, without higher level divination magic or a understanding from study of the curse, we are going to have to observe and take careful note, as I don't think any of us are equipped with this. And while some of this rhymes with the skinwalkers of our own land, it is quite distinctly different from my knowledge.
Mm.
So how are we off? We had actually like decided to use the ships as a like refuge point for the uninfected, right? Already?
Right now we have a beachfront. I don't think we've established that we are putting them in boats.
Okay.
It was mentioned out of character. Yes. In character, it's not been brought up.
Rhea is just like, so we need to focus on what we can do right now. And right now we need to protect those that are uninfected and limit the amount of damage we can that can happen. Because this is probably going to be very rough in the following nights. The shelters that we do have that probably would be safe would be the boat, right?
Very.
The boats could
possibly.
certainly work. We could effectively have very tight control over who can access the boats. I have no idea if these things can instinctually swim, but considering their, well, as reported to me, bat-like appearance, maybe they don't. Or only do out of necessity. So, at the very least, the boats would be much more defendable.
Yes. Also a question. Did we see any one of them that could fly? Other than me.
Yeah, you, Rhea.
Yeah, I know. she looks. I remember some.
I didn't mean that as like an insult. I don't mean to bring up a point of contention, but what do you all remember during your time?
Bits and pieces.
I recall some.
None of it good.
Roderick will shake his head. Garrick shakes his head. Goldleaf shakes her head. Pretty much everybody who's not player characters that were infected that are part of this leadership council have no recollection of last night.
Okay. That does not bode well for controlling your learning to control this. So, we'll have to put a pin in that. Otherwise, hesitant to put everybody on a boat, because if people go berserk, if we use that as essentially a prison,
well, it
could damage the boat. Let me finish. It could damage the boats. And if we do the opposite way around, I'm worried that we're going to lose more citizens to people wandering off in a beast form and not knowing their way back.
Yeah, but we do have to do something.
I understand that. I am trying to weigh the options here and bring up the pros and cons.
If we put everyone that's uninfected on the boat, we have not guaranteed safety, but a more secure location for them to stay, and a separation from the rest of the populace that is infected. Yes, we run into the risk of the infected populace potentially wandering off into the night, and dying to that. The alternative is that we pack 50 to 75% of our populace into boats, closed spaces where they will then fight amongst themselves, killing each other in greater numbers and causing damage to the boats. Another resource gone.
Garrick will take a step forward. Based off of what I've heard, it does sound like this is me making guesses, but it sounds like while we were all out of our minds, we were fighting one another as much as we were trying to feed, it sounds like. I take that to mean these creatures are predators, and they understand that there are, in a way of speaking, an overpopulation issue in regard to the ecosystem of predator and prey. Not so much about territory, but acknowledging that there is very much competition, which it sounds like turned into some cannibalism last night. It's safe to assume if this goes down again, there is going to be more casualties, so our focus should be minimizing, especially in regards to the uninfected. Who knows if this thing will carry on with new births.
I didn't even think about that potential.
Well,
Yeah,
We'll have to
well,
think
I've
about
seen
that
some
for a
shit.
while.
we do need to figure out some way to. Long-term project is figure out how to either cure it or to control it or mitigate it. But right now, we need to get people uninfected on the boat, basically.
The question becomes the rest of the populace. We could get the infected populace to go into the occupying area, spread out. That way we can further limit the casualties. Everyone knows what direction that the water is at that point. Mind you, the haze of what happens could be cause disorientation come tomorrow morning. We lose even more people to being lost unless we make search parties, which is going to eat up more time. My fear is sending us out in groups to avoid such a situation could end up making the problem worse, because now, instead of looking at a large population of individuals, I don't know if there's a pack mentality that gets attached. It's hard to tell. So I don't know if those smaller groups that we send out would either be cohesive and not turn on one another, or would kill each other down to the last.
Well, if we have any indication, the assassins didn't seem particularly cohesive in the way they operated. It seemed like even when we were fighting the two of them, they didn't fight for each other. They just happened to be fighting in the same place. Likewise, last night, what I observed before Caius found us was a lot of every man for themselves. And I don't mean just the uninfected.
Which points to a lack of pack mentality, which means that separating out into groups would be just as bad as all of us squatting together in the same location. You and Caius, how much did Oh, likely a predatory instinct drove them, so they probably just looked for a food source. High Priestess, you said this was a curse, correct?
Yes.
What is the... If I were to tell you someone is cursed, what is the first thing that you would do for them?
Well, curses are finicky things. They come at variable levels of power. Our first attempt would be to remove it, but some things are beyond the ability of such a spell or miracle, depending on how you want to term it. Curses have various sources. Some are believed to originate from higher powers, some from witches, hags, what have you. Those are much easier to deal with and to remove. I have attempted utilizing the miracle on the afflicted, but it was not effective. Wherever this curse originated, it is powerful. Could simply be a very high level wizard or some similar caster, arcane or divine in nature, or something far more sinister. If it is in the manner of something sinister, quite rare indeed, the issue, depending on its severity, would be escalated within the church. But we lack the ability to do that at this current time, as if I cannot do it, then we do not have anybody available who could. There are ways outside of bypassing and removing. If we can discover the person or entity responsible for the affliction, we could appeal to them. It has worked historically, according to legend, and has worked historically in regards to hags. In some tales, destroying the first source of the curse, in terms of curses that are spread like this, often undo it, though it is not guaranteed. It is also possible in the case of devils and demons to trick them into removing it. But without knowing the point of origin, it is very difficult to devise a plan on how to address.
Well, do you think, I don't know, the alchemist could come up with something that could help us control it, or I don't know, calm people down?
I mean,
Well, the alchemists have a means, well, to treat symptoms of the curse, it could be possible. I will not be one to call things impossible. That said, the only way to know is to try, but I think it would be wise to not count on it. But it's absolutely an avenue to explore.
It
I
might
mean,
give
if
us more
this-
time and everything.
Yes, if this is a baser instinct-driven thing, perhaps something akin to a calm emotions or some similar magics could be worked to at least dull, if not negate, such behavior, even if it does not necessarily restore conscious thought. But I will say this in regards to alchemy: mass producing such a thing in such short a time is not feasible at the scale that we would require it.
Yeah, we'd only be able to give it to certain people, and
Yes,
that's assuming
and
that it's easily replicated.
same with any treatment right now. We don't have time to do anything other than trying to mitigate the damage right now.
I wonder the Alchemist Guild ability to create strong sedatives.
You want to
Imagine,
try to put everybody to sleep for each night.
I want to make sure that if we can numb the body, make it to where the muscles do not want to cooperate, that it limits the ability to cause a disturbance. Producing on a mass scale is still an issue. I understand that, but probably a sight easier than calming everyone's emotions. It's just
It certainly would be faster than brewing potions, I would think. Although I am not sure what stores we have in regards to sedatives and how quickly they can be produced. If I had to guess, we would very likely be in a similar situation where, at most, a portion of the population would likely be covered, but not the entire infected population.
A portion is better than nothing.
We were not able to pack enough things to sedate the entire colony worth of people at once.
no. I don't imagine that anyone would think that'd be necessary at any point. So our action plan is as follows. Oop.
I think it's worth pointing out, I'm sorry to interrupt, but given this is a supernatural thing, if we are speaking about natural sedatives, I think it poignant to note that mundane sedation may not work.
That's true.
I do not know, but a consideration.
Indeed.
We might at least do an experiment this night if we have some of that sedative just on hand with someone that we know is infected. Because learning more is just better at this point. But
I am sure we could find volunteers.
Question that may be a bit mundane. Rope isn't exactly hard to come by. We might be able to bind a number of people easily. It's not pretty. I'd rather not if we didn't have to, but desperate times.
you would probably need to bind me in chains.
Yes, but or are you saying just in general, or do you think because you'd be stronger?
Because I burned my way through a lot of things.
Well, yes, but not everybody has fire.
No, I'm speaking specifically if
Yeah, but it sounds like that's not a dumb idea. I was hesitant because it seemed oversimplifying it, but
It's one. We probably don't have enough ropes to bind that many people, but we probably have every little bit helps.
Yeah, I think we're going to end up coming about this the same way that we've been trying to set ourselves up. We gotta tackle a lot of things with a few different ways each.
Mm-hmm.
If we bind only a portion of the infected, we need to find somewhere else to keep them separate from the unbound, if that is what we're going to do. Because, quite frankly,
it would be
in all likelihood, those that are bound would be a death sentence.
Yeah, I would definitely suggest that. Um.
Binding people is one solution. We could
keep the bound on a boat.
I would not suggest that.
If we're certain of it.
My issue with the binding is the amount of rope that we need, like you mentioned, but also we don't fully know the extent of an individual's strength in this state. My fear is the rope won't hold.
In my mind, if we can't bind all of the infected and we can't be sure, knowing that I am also like this, I would rather, even though I'm not in control of myself, I would rather have a fighting chance.
Caius.
Yes.
You're an experienced fighter.
Somewhat so.
Did the assassins seem particularly strong when you fought them? Stronger than your average man?
Competent, I would say. The one with the sword, especially competent.
But I mean,
the other one,
the way they struck, were they particularly forceful?
It's hard to tell. Most of their strikes hit my arm, and I wasn't particularly injured in any way. Their blade they were using, quite frankly, was not effective for piercing plate. A curved weapon like that, while it did have a point, I've looked at it a bit. It could be used for piercing, but the movements he was using were, quite frankly, not good against an armor like mine.
I was just figuring we might be able to get a gauge of a person in transformation's strength.
The one did try to bite me. She bit my plate. Did not get through it. Although that could similarly be an issue of teeth just not being sharp enough to pierce, or their jaws just not being strong enough. It's hard to accurately say how physically powerful they are based off of that little scuffle. If I had to make a guess, I would not say they are significantly more physically powerful, but like I said, it's hard to gauge in such a short scuffle.
One of the things that we could do is we could take a small group, bind them in rope, and have them in eyesight of one of the... take them away from the main encampment, but have them within eyesight of one of the ships. No, that's not a good idea either. Not with the dire lions out. Dire lions would see them and tear them apart since they've been trying to encroach and getting braver about coming towards the walls.
Yeah, quite frankly, your Majesty, King Regent, or whatever proper word is. I think if we're going to, I think our main focus should be the uninfected. Those of us that are infected, I quite frankly think we just need to accept that there are going to be casualties. Some people might wander off. Some people might get attacked by the wildlife. Some people might eat each other. Some people might die. I think we're just going to have to accept that unless we can find some clear-cut, wide-affected solution today. And quite frankly, when you have an infected limb, sometimes it needs to be cut off. As you often see in nature and times, an animal caught in a trap will very often gnaw off its leg to break free. We're at a critical junction. While it is vaguely inspiring to have somebody in charge who is doing the best for everybody, sometimes we gotta be a little calculating in these matters.
The uninfected go to the boats. Take some distance from shore.
That's a good start. Yeah, I don't think anybody would argue against that.
And I don't believe we have the luxury of time to experiment with ways to keep it under control. I think we have to let the fever burn.
We could start to learn more about it, and because this is probably going to be a long-term project, like in general. This
Yeah.
is not going. And the first step to developing any solution is to learn more about how it works and what we can do to mitigate it, like how it reacts to one of the basic things we can start with right now is how if you react to sedatives. Because if we have that answer, we have one more tool.
The issue is properly setting that up. I absolutely agree that we need to know what we can do to help control and contain this, but we have a window of 10 hours.
Yes, and therefore we should ask the alchemist if they have any sedatives right now for just day-to-day use that we can use for a set number, because we could probably get some volunteers that would be willing to help us figure things out that are infected. And with the few rope supplies that we do have, we could bind them and have them somewhere secure that they won't be a problem for our uninfected. But we can still observe what this does to them.
I say we try the sedatives first.
We should probably bind them even if we do sedatives, to be honest.
Yes.
We're testing multiple variables at that point. We don't know what's...
Do you have any secure places that we could put them in so that even if they, become violent?
We've barely begun structure of housing, which is my primary point of we aren't prepared to fully test things.
We could use one of the brigs on the ships.
Yeah.
It's not much, but I'm sure I can wrangle up enough. There's a few surviving guards. Hopefully, if between sedatives and tying them up, they won't be a threat to the guards, but at the very least, they could be isolated and relatively contained, push come to shove. Caius can be your man, making sure nothing goes wrong. But I think an experiment would be a good idea. Just to get even more information.
I agree. Find a volunteer who would like to be a guinea pig for that. Worst case,
I should probably not be on a wooden boat.
no. We don't get the luxury of being guinea
Certainly
pigs.
I do have a point to bring to attention. I hesitate because I am not sure if it is relevant to this current discussion. However, I think it important to mention. Following the events last night, waiting through the evening, I did, and my fellow clerics did pray for guidance in such a turbulent time. When one has of a certain amount of faith, there is a warmth to be found there. However, there was none to be found last night nor this morning. I have not brought this up near any of the common folk, as those of the faith will acknowledge that it is a very concerning portent. It is unprecedented to feel the absence of our patron. Naheto, as far as our histories recall, has always been with us and us with them. And at the moment, myself and my fellows who did pray last night feel isolated.
That's concerning.
It might be nothing, but, and I understand some may be, as not everybody here is necessarily a participant in the faith, but I feel it would be an error on my part as High Priestess to not bring it to the Council's attention.
Yet your strength doesn't wane.
There is, even within the church, scholarly theory and discussion on the nature of divine magic. While I would love to have that discussion, now does not feel like the time.
No.
If nothing else, that you still have it, that's a good sign.
Certainly. Right, so uninfected on the boats. We can see about rounding up some volunteers. Ray, I think we'll see about, perhaps if you wish to submit to chains, we can see about chaining you up in the partially completed tenement.
That is probably for the best.
As far as I know, chemicrete does not burn easily, and I don't know if that fire gets hot enough to melt it. Even if it does, it's not like it's hard to replace.
It certainly boasted about its ability to resist flames.
The artificers, if anything, like to boast, so...
Well, let's see if they have credence to that.
Yes, well... I will give them this. The city was predominantly constructed of alchemicrete, so... It's not unwarranted. But I can find some lengths of chain and can, see to you before the time comes.
That sounds like a good idea.
Meanwhile, we will need to talk with the Alchemist Guild that we can see about sedatives being prepared to use for the test. We could talk to the collegiate, see if perspective has been shed on our situation, and if they are more willing to assist. Meanwhile, we need to do what we can for those who have survived, make sure that we are prepared for the night, and take whatever precautions we can. I will say, I thought I had an idea of what this was. I was wrong, thankfully. Upon testing, I found that likely those of us that are infected will have an advertation to silver. It doesn't burn or anything, but I never thought I'd be disgusted by holding a piece of silver.
Oh. That certainly is a data proof. There's some sort of
Fortunately.
information.
Fortunately, I didn't bring a silver sword with me.
No, but it can be good if our alchemists can create alchemical silver.
Certainly.
If we do need to combat such threats.
Although, I suggest perhaps we be careful if we're going to start employing silver. It could be a bane. Yes, with these sorts of curses, some things may be so utterly anathema that it could...
Destroy the matter?
Yes.
Don't mention it as a way to stop or control. I mention it for that purpose specifically.
Yes, I'm just saying before anybody gets any ideas of drinking some silver or throwing it at somebody or any such activities, it could very well destroy a person, for all we know.
Mm-hmm.
Similar to some of the vampire lineages in sunlight.
Well, we're definitely not dealing with vampires.
Certainly not, but
It's more relief that, I guess.
yes. Had this been an outbreak of the green lineage, well, I would not lie about my chances in that case.
Okay.
Well, this is our plan moving forward.
Mm-hmm.
So, the faster we get everyone organized, the better.
The alchemists and our arcanists or whatever. And the clergy is probably going to need to study this to see if any answers we can come up with over a long period of time. Control, cure, or whatever. We need to find everything again because this is nothing that we're going to have to live with. With how many of us are infected.
Hopefully we'll have a solid number by the end of this ordeal, and hopefully there will be no more infections and a way forward. But
Well, this is definitely going to be challenging for our new society to deal with, but
Correct.
such adversity tempers the blade, or whatever they used to say.
We need to move forward in a forward direction with confidence, so as to not scare the populace. We have a plan. We need to utilize the plan and developments that we can learn along the way. We can use to further develop. So I don't want anyone walking out of here looking down at their feet, looking concerned, head held high. We have a plan. We have this under control. Well, as under control as we can. Does that sound good to everyone?
Mm-hmm.
About as good as we're going to get.
NPCs generally not.
Excellent. I believe I need to make some meetings. Tilk will start writing up official notices of, hey, I need to speak with you. Because him just wandering up to, like, in this situation where, like, hey, who's infected, who's not infected, Tilk probably not a good idea for him just to kind of like, hey, I know that you are with the Alchemist Guild. We need to talk. It's going to have to be, like, delivered.
From a time standpoint, sending messages, like sending like written notices to people, is probably not going to be very efficient, especially in this general sort of chaos. You're probably going to be better served going out yourself and then having people go in and collecting people.
All right. That is fine by Tilk. His handwriting is deplorable.
Yeah. What we'll do, instead of like role playing out every single scene, because that might end up just taking up the entire session, and I would like to kind of aim to at least getting to tonight this session.
Yep.
So we'll do kind of similar to the opening kind of overview thing. So let's go down the list. Anybody who wants to talk to somebody, and we'll just overview what they're capable of doing and what they can offer in assistance, and whether they're infected or not infected.
Let's rip the Band-Aid off.
Yeah, so where do you want to start?
Let's rip the Band-Aid off. The Collegiate willing to assist at this point, now that 50 to 80% of the population is inflicted with a form of lycanthropy?
Sveta is able to guide you to their tent to find it completely empty.
They fucked off. Cool. Or died.
The entirety of all of their furniture and stuff inside the tent that you saw previously is gone.
So they fucked off once the shit went down. Great.
Fantastic.
Honestly, don't need them.
That stands to be seen.
If they are going to bail on this town the moment that something bad happens, granted, I know it was something big bad, I think that is not conducive to them doing any work with us, really.
I mean, there could be multiple factors at play here. They are mages. Maybe they fucked up and the entirety of their contents and them in their tent were turned to dust. Maybe they are off looking for a solution. Maybe they have just completely fucked off. Either way, we are now bereft of more resources that could be utilized. That's less people that get helped, and that's less that we as a society overall can do. The where, the why, and the when, don't necessarily care about. It happened. On to the Alchemist Guild. Fucking...
The head of the Alchemist Guild She has been infected since you weren't there. Her name is fuck, we're gonna goddamn too many channels. Her name is Iselin. She's been infected. Are you requesting the sedatives, like you said?
Yes.
Let's get some of those.
She has some supply, but it's essentially enough to cover within like 100 people.
That's fine.
Yeah. Between information from Seta and Iselin, and Liana, supply is an ongoing issue for the Alchemist Guild. There was only so much stuff that they could bring, and they have been trying to make use of what's available in the surroundings as well as what supply they have. So they do have some stuff. They're happy to assist in providing things if you do want to run that experiment. But they do confirm a mass scale sedation of the entire infected population is just not feasible, even as a mundane thing. She only has like 10 people that are guild members, including herself. There's no way they can produce that much in that amount of time.
No, and we understood that coming in here.
Yeah.
We are not 100% that this solution will technically work either. So you know what?
Yeah. She essentially tells you the immediate supplies that are ready that they brought with was for like emergency triage type stuff.
Yeah. It's mostly we need to know if mundane treatments work on.
Correct.
Actually, while we're here with the Alchemist Guild, there was a lead up to people transforming. By any chance, did you happen to give anybody sedatives who was pacing around doing their anxiety thing before people flipped out?
No. From what you gather, it sounds like that acute anxiety was literally within like up to a minute of it going down. So there wouldn't have been a feasible time frame for somebody to be like, oh, I can't sleep because I like have this weird anxiety or whatever. I'm gonna go get a quick fix. And she would have informed you because of the limited supply of sedatives, it would not have been distributed for that purpose anyways.
Okay.
Like she said, it's for triage purposes. If mundane, like surgical shit needs to happen.
Like amputation.
I mean, it was worth asking.
No, absolutely. Yeah. It's we don't want to accidentally overrun one of the boats for an experiment. I think maybe 30 people. That way we don't dig into the supplies too deeply for something that may not work. And if it doesn't work, then we overrun a boat.
Yeah.
I think 30 people might even be pushing it, but good sample size.
Yeah.
Well, how many people can be held in the brig of the boat, cell to cell?
You could fit. You could fit 30 people in cells on the brig. Because remember, these boats are massive. They don't have like an entire. Well, I guess compared to like a county jail, that would probably be an entire jail worth of cells. But they're not prison ships.
No.
But you could fit 30 people in the brig of one.
Okay.
30 people sedated, bound. The issue is the only experienced warrior realistically is going to be Caius and a couple guards. I think we want to take that down to 20, 15. How many people? Caius said a handful. How many is a handful?
In regards to what?
that he could have help manning the brig.
That he's confident in their ability.
Yeah.
Probably 5 or 6.
I think we don't do more than 5 or 6 then.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because you have to keep in mind the majority of combat capable people did not, like, most of them died in the attack on 8X.
Yeah.
They were not swaths of military trained people that came. They have been training some people, but essentially he's saying there's like 5 to 6 people that are probably around like levels 3 to 4 that he would trust with such a task. Obviously, there are other people who can fight that may or may not be higher levels than that, but they might be not feasibly under his command, such as like some of the clerics, as an example.
We don't have more magic. Some.
Yeah. Is there anything else you want from the alchemist, or do you want to move on?
We'll see if we get through the night before I start asking them to work on a project to help control lycanthropy.
I'm sorry, say that again.
I said I want to see if we can make it through the night before I start telling them to work on a project to control lycanthropy.
Gotcha.
Control, cure, sedate. I'll take anything at this point.
Yeah. Who do you want to see next, if anybody?
Well, the collegiate meeting was real short, so
Yep.
I have a lot of extra free time. Can any of you think of anyone to see? I know that Ollie has been quiet.
Supplies, but if we can, it's a sunny day. If we can create like holes or like just kind of ISO cells with some of the magicrete.
Define some.
I'm not sure how many we can make. But I was just in the thought process of us like going and talking to people. I just thought about that.
So I gotta tell you, obviously, you're not gonna be able to make magicrete cells enough to cover the entire infected population. You could get a chunk of the population, but that would essentially be saying like, hey, a portion of you need to like get shovels or whatever tools you can, because you're not gonna have enough shovels for everybody. Dig holes and then have people go pouring alchemicrete for this. It's something you could do, but it's not going to cover the entire infected population. Yeah, and it's gonna take probably the rest of the day if you're gonna have people doing that. Because it takes time to dig a hole. If anybody wants to doubt me, I freely invite you. Go grab a shovel in even a 6x1 hole. Go give it a shot.
I'm tired of digging, Grandpa. Oh, that's too damn bad.
Yeah. Digging a grave doesn't sound that hard until you actually need to go dig a grave.
And then it's rocky ground and you just hate everything?
Yeah. Which actually, that's an interesting point. You all would know digging can be a little annoying around here because of how rocky it is. It's not uncommon to go like a foot down and then hit a rock of some size.
At that point,
it's primarily just annoying, yeah.
Yeah, it's a very rocky area. Not saying that like deeply impacts that kind of plan, but it's fun little factoid.
Can our artificers make dynamite?
If they have materials, yeah. The thing is the concept of black powder is a thing that exists. It's highly experimental.
Yeah, no, I was.
With a time crunch like this, they would be like, "Let's not."
Yeah, no, I say that jokingly. Brandon is saying that. I can't think of anyone we should be meeting with. Ollie, you've been quiet. Do you have a thought?
Everything's effectively being covered. Kristell's just taking notes.
Do you have a spyglass or binoculars of any sort?
I did not. Do you know how much a spyglass is?
I am simply asking.
Does the ship have one we can borrow?
That's
You can absolutely requisition a spyglass because, at the very minimum, each ship has a half dozen spyglasses. So if you want to requisition one, you can.
You should absolutely requisition one, and I suggest that you, as the spy master,
Catch some spies.
No, watch behavior. If we can get a better idea of how everyone is acting in this state, that's another thing that we have information on, and another thing that we can try to control.
That actually brings up a very important point that I did recall during the week. I forgot to talk to you about last session, Ollie. So why don't we address that right now? Because I almost forgot again. So, Style, you're the spy master.
Mm-hmm.
Spy masters throughout history operate in a lot of different ways.
Mm-hmm.
But one way or another, they gain access to information about the populace, about their enemies, etc., etc. During the past several weeks, as spy master, how have you been setting up your information network?
I have actually just been going out and talking to the people.
So you're just talking to people yourself. You don't have other people that you have sort of enlisted to serve you at all.
That's actually part of what he would have been doing in the last couple of weeks, is actually finding people he would think is necessary to enlist, besides just talking to people.
Okay. So outside of a session, we'll get a little bit more into the nitty-gritty of that, but for now we'll say you have like a handful of informants.
Yay.
One of which may or may not be Liana's dad, because I think that would be pretty appropriate, but like I said, we can talk about that outside the session.
And funny, considering you arrested him.
That would be hilarious.
I'm just saying, he has a skill set for it, and he has love.
Knowing that's perfectly fair. That's fair and valid.
But okay, so let's go ahead and say you. So as part of that, you can easily requisition a spyglass. Looking into what's been going on and such. There are a lot of mixed responses amongst the people. Your informants fill you in. Some of your informants are infected, like 3 of them are. 2 of them are not.
More than half.
Some people are just in shock. The majority of people are in shock. However, there are some people who are starting to raise their heads as loud voices. Potentially community leaders. Could be, eventually, maybe. Might be now, it's hard to say. There are some people who are doom saying it is the end of days. We truly are within Terminus. Forsake everything except that our doom has come. Total, like, the apocalypse is now. and reality is going to come crashing down around us, and we are all going to die. There are some proclaim that the gods have abandoned us. We are in the house of death now, as Terminus has begun. They're not really, some of those voices aren't really doomsaying, but they are saying the paradigm has shifted effectively. And that the only hope of survival is to repent. It sounds like they're heavily implying to repent to Cyrus, the death goddess. Well, the goddess of bones.
Are a blight.
Kind of, yeah.
Are a blight.
We did not pay proper respects to what happened at Adax, and now we are being punished by Cyrus for it, and we need to repent. And there are a very small group that you have become aware of who seem to not be very perturbed by the events. They're not super loud, but there is a report that there is at least a cluster of people, no more than 5 to 10, who think that this might be some kind of blessing. Despite the dark nature of it. But generally speaking, the people are not taking it well.
Frankly, I don't blame them.
There, you do also get a report on the nobility specifically. There are quite a few nobility, a disturbing amount, who are like, "Wow, we need to call the peasants. We can't let them destroy what we're setting up here." There is a disturbing amount of heartlessness amongst the aristocracy.
Of course there is.
Yeah.
In other words, the sky is blue.
Yes. Is there anything from that information you would wish to act on in any way? Because you do have agents, they can do some stuff. They can make some moves of their own. It's not necessarily guaranteed those things will work, but you can kind of try to exert some amount of influence. And if the answer is no, I don't want to do anything, that's also perfectly valid. I'm just putting it out there since we haven't really delved into this yet.
That's perfectly fine. I mean, originally we originally wanted to work with making sure we actually keep the spirits of the people up high. That's probably a good thing to do now. If anything, have most of my agents. I at least want one of the agents to still be paying attention to the noble, but I would probably have most of the agent. Okay. So mostly it's masses kind of in doomsday, a doom spiral. The end is nigh. You are a blight. Nobility is calling for, oh, to get rid of the peasants. We don't need them. And then a very small group believes lycanthropy is a blessing. Do I have the gist of it so far?
Yep.
Okay. Probably would have missives and notes sent out to at least most of mine agents to help try and quell the doom spiral and hopefully at least bring some stability, or at least get people out of the rut that is, oh shit, there's so much shit, we are just nothing but shit. One is to still keep a track of the nobility, at least just to see what's going on with anyone who's going to try and actively move towards pulling the masses.
Okay.
And then definitely have one guy still just be like, hey, cult members, What you doing?
They're not cult
Yeah, so you're
members.
keeping tabs on the aristocracy. You're keeping tabs on this very maybe likely cult. And then you want to try to quell the doomsaying and the fucking weird people who are like, Cyrus has cursed us. So I'm going to make a couple rolls here.
I saw 22. I was very happy for a second. Then I saw that you rolled a D100.
I'm going to take a note.
That could still be a good thing. I mean, that
I'm going to take a
still
note.
be a good thing.
You're not going to see immediate fruits of this labor. Only time will tell. But your agents are dispersing and are going to attempt to exert their influence to quell this stuff. And your people who are going to go keep tabs are going to go do that. Cool. All right. So he's doing that while y'all are doing stuff. At this point, I'm going to say it's probably about 10:30 in the morning. What do you all want to do next?
Scream into the darkness.
Probably. Well, first I'll just probably wants to go observe and see what's going on with those who are infected.
It's a significant portion of the population. A lot of them at the moment, there is a degree of buying into, like, this is certainly the end of the days. Like, this is Terminus. 8 acts happened. Now this is happening. There are some people who are trying to be comforting, trying to say, don't worry about it. It's really a mixed response. Some people are buying into the we must have done something wrong. Like, we must have brought this upon ourselves. There's, at the moment, not very many people making the connection of the foreigners from weeks ago to this.
That is actually a good thing.
At the moment.
That is actually a good thing.
Yes. They're otherwise, outside of people who are like taking part in those discussions, people are just trying to help other people, help clean some of the mess. A lot of tents have been damaged. There are bodies. Some people are helping collect and clean up. Some people are specifically tending to children and trying to like hide them away from shit and stuff like that. That's the general gist.
Question.
Yes.
How many people know that our settlement is called Prado?
The name has spread around a bit.
Okay.
Not everybody has necessarily taken to it, just because there's a notable amount of people who have not fully accepted the situation yet.
Well,
like, people are participating and they're doing what they have to get by, but not everybody is necessarily sold on, restarting in a sense.
yeah.
It just hasn't really cemented in people's minds wholly yet. That's not the entire population, obviously, but there are people using it. There are people not.
Tilk is looking to give a not necessarily rallying, but like an affirming speech.
Yeah, you're not going to be able to gather all of the infected.
No.
But you can gather decent amounts. Some people take some comfort in it. some people aren't. It's mixed reception. At the very least, there are some people that appreciate the effort, even if they don't necessarily feel uplifted by it.
Just more just trying to have everyone like stay strong. This is another wave in the ocean. We shall persevere.
Yeah.
We've gotten this far.
But yeah, what I'm gonna say, we're probably pushing to midday, so 12 o'clock at that point.
Trying to think of other things I could potentially do. What about you guys?
I'm at a little bit of a loss of anything to do, so
Well, Hairstyle, after taking a look and seeing what's going on with the infected, he's actually going to go probably help out with the healing of anyone who's still probably in the.
yeah,
infirmary.
I should probably join that since I have easy access to healing with the hex.
Rio will probably see if she can detect anything from, I don't know, detect magic and arcane knowledge on the curse itself, and just begin to try and figure out the structure, basically.
Yeah. So the curse itself does not really register as an ongoing magic effect. It effectively becomes part of one's nature, as far as you can determine. It doesn't really register as an ongoing spell or anything like that. So using detect magic on somebody who's infected doesn't really yield any results unless they're carrying a magic item or any such thing. But even then, that doesn't tell you anything about the curse. So in a way, even though it doesn't tell you anything, it tells you something.
Indeed, it does.
We got someone to. We were telling the high priestess to do it. I think, or having her clergy look at the food stores. Do we get results on that?
Yes, the food stores have not been affected. So the supplies from the ships have not been tainted.
So any supplies that are currently in use are probably, like food-wise, probably going to have to get scrapped.
Maybe. The cleric who checked the food stores was not infected themselves, so they have not ventured into the settlement to check what food is available inside the settlement.
We need to have someone examine the food inside the settlement to make sure that it's not tainted.
That was what the priest do, right?
No, they were checking the stores, what was stored on the boats and everything.
At least
I
checking.
don't think that they had to get onto the boats. Like, they were here for one night, and there's no way they could have had time to do that. It's the food that's out, like the endless hunter stew and shit.
Yeah, unfortunately, there are no clerics that are high enough level to detect the curse or the taint of any kind that are infected. So none of those clerics are going to be going into the settlement.
Well, then we have to
I'll
just
go
set
do
it
it.
aside and say don't eat it. At least until we get.
Oh wait, I can't detect it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've God knows I've tried already.
Which god?
Yeah.
Do they though?
Oh, I'm sure they're watching us with particular enthusiasm.
Are they though? Are you sure about that?
Oh, we've checked the food. We have a plan for dividing up, realistically triaging the people that aren't infected based on the numbers, quarantining them away. We have a plan in place to test out the sedative. The collegiate has fucked off. We have information being gathered. We have information being disseminated. We have people trying to do what they can to quell the unrest. I honestly can't think of another thing that we can do to improve the situation at the moment. Not without causing another problem that could also be potentially disastrous.
Mm-hmm.
Rhea is actually going to test something, since you mentioned that you had a aversion to silver.
Okay. Oh no.
And she's gonna tell this that she's gonna. Well, I'm gonna see what happens if I don't know, a drop of blood dropped from an infected hits a silver coin. See if it reacts in any way.
Okay.
Holds notepad at the ready.
Yeah. So dropping a bead of blood onto a silver coin, it does react. It kind of bubbles and steams and just slowly over the course of like a minute evaporates.
Well, that's
Oh,
not a
great.
good.
So you
That's
guys
not
have
fine.
silver allergy anyway.
So I'm gonna throw this out here. Thank goodness we don't have a silver mine, but I don't think we're ever going to have a silver mine.
Well, I mean, there are non-infected people. They can work in the silver mine.
That's a hell of a screening process. Hi, do you have lycanthropy? Yes. Sorry, you can't work here.
I mean, you
I-
can't die.
Imagine it's not black lung, it's silver lung as an infected individual.
Yes.
So much worse.
So Rhea looks to the evaporating blood and says, "Well, from this reaction, I would not be surprised if getting hit with a silver weapon of any kind would be very, very bad for us."
I assumed that's why I let them know that silver. We have an adverse reaction to silver already. If anything, you can go tell the high priestess she's right.
Yeah, I'll relay that information to her.
You're right. It is a bane.
Yeah.
And just not extrapolate from there. Just tell her, "Yep, it's a bane," and then just walk away.
She's going to explain what she tested out, just to get more information.
Yeah, so the High Priestess, she will tell you that it sounds like that, yes, your assumption is correct. Silver weapons would probably be dangerous, although likely will not outright destroy just based off of one exposure.
Yeah. It would probably suck.
Yeah.
At least it didn't detonate or anything.
Oh, yeah.
Look at a stupid plan.
Okay.
It's very stupid. He's going to get enough
Say
silver.
it's
He's
1
going
o'clock at this point.
to get enough silver coins to make a circle around himself for tonight.
Okay.
And see if it contains him. Pilk,
Okay.
not smart.
Fair
I
enough.
mean, if it does, great.
If it does,
I mean,
our solution's
there's no
got a
harm in
lot
trying
cheaper.
it.
If it does, our solution's got a lot cheaper.
I'm just reminded of that picture of the
You don't have a
dog.
silver
It's
mine.
I just got in my head a picture of that dog surrounded by vacuums contained.
Anyone got anything else, or are we just going to skip to the night?
I got nothing really. I'm thinking of what I could do, but
Do we have an idea of where the collegiate fucked off to?
No.
There is a post-wear-back crisis that we can look at.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no clues left behind. If you do tap your network, they have heard no information. They were there yesterday, and then they were gone this morning.
Fun. I expand my net to find more people.
Find more people to bring into your network.
Yes.
You can establish an interest in expanding the network. Your people will put out feelers, but you're not going to get immediate results.
I figured.
Something like that takes time because you need to find people that can be trusted.
At some point, I'm just gonna become Batman. Don't worry about it.
And start taking vigilante levels.
God, no.
I was looking at doing it at the start, but I was just like, I'm probably not gonna find a trainer for that. Either way, off topic. So final check. I have nothing.
I've got nothing.
Up until the evening, I'm just going out and looking for more people. I'm
Okay.
talking to the crowd.
And nothing from you, Ray?
Nothing that I can do realistic right now, so.
All right. I'm going to use the bathroom real quick, and then we will. I'll leave you here.
Dreams.
There we go.
Cool. All right. So the couple of you who expressed an interest in wanting to help heal people do that for the rest of the evening. For those of you that are infected, it's generally safe for you to be within the encampment. Those that are uninfected, it's recommended you don't go in there. So you do that for the last few hours of the day. And when the sun starts setting, people start moving, going to where they need to be. The infected, obviously, are dreading the night to come. Some volunteers are gathered and are taken on separate rowboats to one of the ships. And that ship is kept void of uninfected. Because the way the population split is, you can have a boat be empty and just have your infected experiment people be on that boat. And then uninfected on the other two boats. Sedatives for, well, I guess, Tilk, are you wanting to be part of the experiment, or do you want to do your own experiment and be in the encampment?
My own experiment be in the encampment.
Okay, so you're doing your silver circle. Rhea, as the sun begins to go down, High Hand takes you into one of the tenement buildings that are under construction, takes you up to the third floor with some lengths of chain, bounds you around the arms and around the ankles.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully completely immobilizing you.
I will tell.
And then tells you he will be back in the morning and he will leave you there.
Another thing Tilk will do is he will mutter a prayer as a sort of mantra to Alexandrus to try to sit there and see if he can try to keep it at bay without using his mystical magical ability that he knows very little about.
You're gonna pray, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Interesting.
Tilk tries to pray every so often. He could be more devout about it, but he is a practitioner at the very least of the faith. And
you pray, and you think you notice what the high priestess was talking about. There is this eerie sense of almost disconnection, or at least aloneness in the prayer. However, you do catch a glimpse of an image. A dog, you think, beneath a tree on a hill with a grave marker at sunset.
1 second. Let me make note of that.
Sure. While he's taking note of that, the rest of you, particularly the uninfected, you're taken to the ships.
Mm-hmm.
People are crowding in. There is an anxiousness, but for the most part, everybody seems calm. This is totally in control. In control. We'll be safe on the boats. Let's just do our best to try to get a decent night's sleep. Some people sound like they're going to try to sleep in shifts. Some people want to stay up the first few hours to make sure everything's going to be fine. Some people are like, I'm going to go to bed. If something happens, I'll wake up. That's the general vibe you get. The boats, the 2 boats that all the uninfected load up on, drift out a little bit further out into the bay. They're not totally at sea, but they put a couple miles between them and the shoreline, essentially. And by a couple, I literally mean 1 mile, maybe 2.
Yeah.
You can still see the shoreline from where you're at, just good distance.
Yeah, you have a spyglass now. It's fine.
Yeah, plus it's, have you ever swam a mile? Shit's exhausting.
It is.
So, the night eventually comes.
I'll probably want to stay a little bit.
Okay. Rhea, give me a strength check with a +1 modifier.
A strength check with a +1, you say?
Yeah, I don't. Whatever your normal strength is, with an extra +1.
All right.
I don't think you're going to be able to, but let's see.
Yeah, let's see.
Yeah. No. Okay. So those of you on the ship, you do see that the first 2 hours of nighttime, nothing happens. But at the 20th hour of the evening, or of the day, well, I guess you're a little ways out, so you don't necessarily hear anything. So you can't really observe much. With the spyglass, you do see movement in the encampment. There is stuff happening.
Mm-hmm.
It seems the violence has picked up again, and they are just total infighting.
Takes notes.
Yeah. As far as you can tell, there doesn't seem to be packs forming or anything like that.
Mhm.
It does seem just like senseless violence.
Hmm.
When the morning comes, Tilk, you find yourself in another part of the encampment. Or actually, well, no, you wouldn't have resisted it because you were doing the experiment.
I was trying. He would have also been trying to can I keep it at bay by praying, and then you described the prayer. Well, what happened during it?
Yeah. If you wanted to straight up resist it, the option to spend the mythic surge is still there.
Yeah, he's trying to do it without the use of that mystical source, because if he can do it without that, so can other people.
Yeah, the prayer won't work. And yeah, you wake up in a separate part of the encampment, once again, covered in blood. Rhea, you come to feeling very achy. Your whole body is hurting. You have, as far as you can tell, some serious bruises from where the chains have been tied around you. But you are still in the same spot you were last night.
How many scorch marks are around?
There's a few. It's more like just most of the room has kind of been scored black rather than just scorch marks. There's a couple white spots, well, off-white spots here and there, but most of the room is black at this point.
Neat.
And amongst the encampment, there are even more bodies.
Hmm.
The familiar scent of death is on the air. And still some old death from yesterday, because there was no way in hell there was enough time to bury everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Those of you on the ship, the night passed largely uneventful. You did not notice an immediate commotion from the ship that had the experiment subjects on them.
That's a good sign.
But eventually, well, first priority in the morning when dawn comes, so that'll be about 6 in the morning of the 20th day of Liger Beer, which is Duix. You and the other leaders are brought together on the shore to discuss what exactly happened. And Caius is also brought over from the experiment ship. You're informed the experiment was not really successful. The sedatives only seem to succeed in partially delaying the transformation by a few minutes, based off of the information gathered. However, the supernatural nature overrode the mundane effects of the sedative. And there was, amongst you said you were putting 15 people into the experiment?
No, we put, when we found out that he was only going to have 5 or 6, we put 5 or 6.
Oh, okay. In that case, there was only one instance of one of them breaking free of their ropes, but Caius made note that guy was notably physically stronger than the other volunteers.
But he was contained in the brig and they didn't have to put him down or anything?
Yes, correct. He did attempt to break through the bars, but obviously did not have the strength to break through iron bars. The others remained tied up, but spent the entire night thrashing and trying to get free.
Well, we know that doesn't work.
Yeah.
Well, experiment
There
successful, at least.
was, even while contained with the inability to attack anything, they essentially behaved like savage animals. Some of them did kind of thrash in the direction of other cells, but they did not relax effectively. They pretty much raged all night long, despite the inability to attack something.
Well, experiment successful at least. We have answers.
Yeah, we have a lot of answers. A, primarily aggressive, doesn't matter what it's at. B, the numbers don't seem to matter. C, that there is a level of strength that goes beyond what they're normally capable of, but not extremely so. D, because instead it is in mundane nature, likely a mundane solution will not be effective, other than potentially tying people down. At some point, I described to the priestess what I saw, and if I'm put this correctly, dog beneath a tree during sunset next to a grave marker.
The high priestess will purse her lips and hold a finger to her chin. Well, Sounds like you might have been given a portent of some kind. The description sounds reminiscent of Queen's Rest.
Was my thought.
Perhaps keep an eye on it. It may not be literal, but it might be. Such portents are, well, there's not a consistency to them. Sometimes they are messages for interpretation. Sometimes they are instructions from the gods. Until the moment of revelation is upon us, we can hardly know which it is.
I wanted your 2 cents on that before I acted upon anything.
Yeah, of course. I am assuming our style is going to get in touch with some of his contacts.
Yes, especially those amongst the infected.
Your man who was keeping tabs on the kind of sort of could be a cult has reported this morning that there was a notably higher body count at the site where that group of people had been meeting the previous day.
Oh,
Because they
there are
all
more
bounded
people
together.
joining them.
They seem to still be sticking together as well.
Okay. That is particularly concerning. I will have to bring that up too. Thank you for that
Yeah.
one.
You can assume you all are kind of in a nebulously ongoing meeting. So you're free to share whatever information amongst each other that you want. I'm going to say it's probably about 7:30 at this point.
Okay.
So, Silk,
Question.
you remember about those what would they call them? The cult-like members who think the lycanthropy is a blessing.
And I think calling them cult is a little presumptuous, but go ahead.
Well, they're growing.
They have more people?
Yes, according to some sources.
No, it's not that the cult is growing. There are literally a higher amount of bodies.
Yeah,
Well,
a
there's
higher amount of dead people.
Yeah, there's like a notable pile of corpses
Yeah, because
compared to
they
throughout
had-
the encampment.
so they've been fighting.
They could have actually just been fought. They could have just ended themselves right there.
Yeah, coulda, but they didn't evidently. Unfortunately. I mean, what?
So it sounds like they're still there. Okay, so let me make sure I got to understand it. So higher count of bodies, survivors of them still around? Question mark?
Yes, the people who had met the day previous are all there and still alive, and they are, generally speaking, continuing to hang out around that area.
Huh.
There's kind of a pavilion tent of a sorts that they have taken over as their own.
So Tilk, let me rephrase. The small group, I'm labeling them as a cult facetiously, but in any case, the cult is functional after last night's transformation. Apparently highly effective.
Are you suggesting that they have a means to control this?
their acceptance of it could potentially mean they have more cognizant. Yeah, being more cognizant while in transform. I have no conclusive answers to this, but as far as I can tell, that is the seeming evidence being seeming evidence and information being presented. I'm
That's a
going to
thought.
have them continue to. That is a thought. So I'm going to have my man continue to watch them, because if their acceptance of the affliction does allow them a sense of control, then that could make things easier.
If it stopped people from randomly killing each other, that'd be an improvement.
Yeah, I don't know that it's.
Do you know what that makes me think of?
Hmm.
We need more samples, or rather, we need more people to observe during a night, and one of them so happens to be from the cult, or whatever they are.
Do you want one of you guys to infiltrate the cult?
No,
No.
I believe what Ray is suggesting is that we need more volunteers, and one of those volunteers will so happen be a member of that group.
Oh,
Yes.
I mean,
And probably we might have to use some of our authority in this case to
Yeah.
not make it suspicious that we're actually like targeting them specifically.
I guess it depends on how we present the experiments to the masses. At least the masses of the infected. You know.
We just do a random selection of saying like we need basically that we're randomly picking people, but we aren't.
Yeah, another sample size to inquire on another solution is a reason enough. Try to rule out volunteer bias. I don't know if Pilk would know what that is. But another thing we need to figure out.
We should probably keep him in them in a separate cell from everyone else.
Yeah, no, that's perfectly fine. If anything, it's food for thought for those of us tonight.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Question for Zach.
Answer for Fisk.
Wanted to see if there was any difference in the feelings or memories or whatever from the first night, because the first night is probably more traumatic than the rest. And seeing if there is any like difference in how it feels now that it's gone another one.
It's glimpses of rage.
Same as before.
Yeah. Just instead of that hoarding, it's that anger of being trapped. It's a very trapped animal type of feeling.
Yeah. Well, there was at least I can't at least remember any different in how it felt, except being trapped. So there's probably not any major differences between the initial and subsequent transformations, though time will tell on that as well. Did you feel anything different, Silk?
Did I feel anything different?
No.
No. My little experiment also failed.
Well, time to go out and assess the damage and see if we can help anyone.
Yes, let's assess the damage, see if... Because at this point, there should be no more individuals affected. At this point, we need to find the source. of what caused all of this. That way we can try to return to a level of normalcy while we try to fix this.
Honestly, the source might be in the Dominion lands.
Let me rephrase, the vector of infection.
Yes. Which is blood, probably, right? We had concluded that blood was one of them vectors, at least.
That has been the ongoing assumption.
The assumption we don't have any, not unless everyone here was taking sips of their blood. The only thing we know is that it probably got into the food supply, but we haven't figured out what, where, unless we just start throwing out everything that wasn't on a ship, in which case we're losing a good amount of resources.
Well, so what we know is that she was invisible. That can't have lasted long when she died. So let's check everything in a proximity of the tent they died in, because it had to be active for her to have the mana crystallization around her heart. And given that she was slitting her wrists and whatnot, she can't have been moving too quickly.
Did they have any journals? Anything of writing?
No.
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 And then she had to come back and slit her throat. So let's say she had invisibility. Can I infer possibly like what caster level she was?
Give me an Arcana check.
Cool. Let me get to the right. There we go.
Oh.
26.
Cool. So you would know the general level of invisibility. So she would have to be a fairly competent arcane caster to be able to cast invisibility.
Mm-hmm.
Well, at least, it's a second level spell meta wise. So she would effectively have to be a fourth level caster.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is that you recall the information from Lou in that the mana crystallization coloration was off.
Mm-hmm.
His proposed theory was that they may not engage in arcane magic in the same way that we do. It could mean that while the spell is recognizable as invisibility, it's not necessarily an entirely different spell, but
it may not follow the same rules.
Correct. It might function differently in some key aspects. Maybe only the duration is different. Maybe just the components are different. Maybe it affects multiple people. Maybe it's something that can be turned on and off. There's a lot of ifs and maybes.
Well,
magic hypothetically is capable of anything and everything, in that most magic is taught and learned through some way or another. It's not entirely outside the realm of possibility that a stronger version of an invisibility spell could exist out there, and it's just, for whatever reason, it's not been pioneered in Aldfair.
Mm-hmm.
But it's complicated. in short.
Yeah.
It's possible, or like you said, it could have the same limitations. You're just not entirely sure. But considering it's a different methodology, it brings a lot of ifs into the air.
Mm-hmm. Now this isn't guaranteed by any means, but if they follow the same rules that we do, and big if, the likelihood that she had more than 2 minutes each way, 3 minutes max, is a low. So anywhere that she could have gotten in 3 minutes of moving around and doing her best to not be noticed. So I doubt she was sprinting. And she had to have gotten back with those injuries. So I doubt, again, she was moving too fast. That would be a good place to start with the food quarantine.
We can have some infected look to see what would be in that area if it hasn't moved.
We could also put it on a boat and have it safe for the priest to look at.
Well, first we gotta find it all first.
No, we got to start searching at least.
Yeah, no, that's my point.
So, are you mandating all food in the encampment be gathered and tested?
What I'm more looking at, based off the information that we've gotten, is that anything within a minute and a half walk from where they died, if there was food that was past, like if there was one of those forever pots of stew, that be looked at. If things have moved by then, that's not feasible.
Okay. So that'll take about an hour, so it'll be about 8:30. That food is brought out of the encampment because the clerics don't want to go into the encampment, and then they will test it. They do not detect any sense of taint within it.
Okay.
All right. Well, good news is now we know this is safe, so people have food to eat.
So essentially, the takeaway here is either it never was tainted, or if it was, it has since passed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the
Because
takeaway.
it's bottomless stew. But hypothetically, would eventually there wouldn't be enough of taint in it to remain.
Taint.
That's fair. We may not have any tainted food anymore.
Which is a good thing.
Well, think about food. It has a tendency to get eaten.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
led us to this problem in the first place.
So if we chose the closest, most likely spots for them to go, and none of it is tainted, not one bit, I think we're good on food now.
Yeah, I think food is clear.
It has done its damage.
And how? So that's one less thing we have to worry about. We have the two camps separated for now, and unfortunately it's going to be like that. So this is the last night. So we have a plan for tonight. It's going forward where we need to make a plan. Because if we have the population mix again, if someone sneezes on someone, that could be a potential vector of infection. Since we don't have a clear-cut understanding of how this spreads.
Well, if it was as easy as sneezing, then I think they would have sneezed into the pots rather than used copious amounts of blood.
Well, that's loud, though.
I mean, they could have put their snot in a sack or picked their nose or
But you get my point. We don't know. So we can't necessarily reintroduce everybody.
Maybe not, but what I mean to say is we have an idea. If they would have if they could have infected us with something like spit or mucus, then they wouldn't have needed to store up blood, which is a lot more difficult to keep viable for longer periods. Even with an internal like sac. That honestly, I don't know. They could use for other things as well. Anyway, if they went through the trouble of having to bleed themselves, I think that means that is what the vector is. It's bloodborne.
I mean, but that's the issue, is that we're only operating off think we don't know. And if we don't know and we have the infection spread further because we go off of a hunch rather than a definite, our problem only gets worse. What you're saying makes sense. I understand and I agree.
Okay, well, let's look at our infected. How many people have kissed or been sick for other reasons in the meantime, and they're not ever all infected?
In between these past few days is what you're referring to?
Were infected before these past few days. We're only seeing the symptoms now. Theoretically, they've been infected since the assassins came.
I mean, at that point, what we'd have to do is we'd have to start going around and getting a list of who they've had contact with since almost a month back.
Yeah, but I think it's pretty safe to say, given that the amount of the amount of blood that was in there, the amount of people that are sick, and that not whole ass families are sick. For example, only Liana's sister got it. They've been in the same tent.
Well, they could have.
I did not know that, to be fair.
Yeah.
Without Liana being here, it's kind of hard to know that.
Oh yeah, fair. Liana brought her family into her bad bitch tent.
No, that's fair. I didn't know that Liana's sister was the only one of the three to have gotten infected.
Yeah.
They could have shaken it off. I don't know. We don't really know how the curse works.
I mean, if you want to be more careful, fine. I think we're pretty safe with just contact and stuff, as long as people aren't like getting blood into open wounds, but that's just my vote.
Well, the rest of the council.
Sir High Hand is on the fence. He's not sure what to think. The High Priestess wants to advise caution. Goldleaf thinks the blood theory sounds like it could be accurate, but it's hard to say. The infection is so widespread, it could be through bodily fluids, and even if we did question everybody, if the food stores were the original infection vector, there would be no way of knowing if everybody infected only was infected by blood in the food, or if they were infected by swapping spit or whatever bodily fluids. Garrick, he is of the mind that it's irrelevant how it is being spread. He thinks the best course of action is keeping the infected entirely separate from the uninfected, regardless. And any goods exchanging between the two should be checked for taint. Lady Silvermoon is agreeing with Garrick.
So, for the time being, then, as we move forward, we are going to err on the side of caution. See what we can do to keep groups separated. Once we have confirmation that individuals are not going to turn in the night, and we have a clear-cut understanding of what that time frame looks like, we can establish beds and a cot not on the ship and on the shoreline while we get this figured out. Another thing that this complicates, since we do not know infection vectors, is that the individuals that will be working the farm and working the fisheries are going to have to be uninfected individuals.
I'm going to say another hour has passed from these discussions. It's now 9:30. There is a report that comes to your group from Lou. He has had time enough to perform an autopsy on one of the infected. And he has some findings he thinks are important to share.
Excellent.
From what he has discovered, the infected do not have the blood sac that the foreigners had.
And
They still retain their shape if they died in that shape, but they do not have the additional organ. And upon autopsy, he did find that the stomach instead was storing blood and digesting it.
okay.
His suggested theory is that there was something uniquely different about the foreigners that is somehow different from the infected. But he's not sure what.
That is an avenue to go down. There's only one real way to test the theory on what causes and what doesn't cause it, and I don't want to travel down that road at the moment.
I mean, people are going to do what people are going to do eventually. If this is only full moon based, then, which it seems so, then we're going to have a whole month of people and of people being normal, and at that point, it's going to get a lot blurrier about like who will be amongst who.
And
So, since obviously not wholesale families have been transformed, it's going to be it's going to get rough to keep father from daughter or wife from husband. And I'm not sure we want a segregated society like that anyway.
As I said, I think it would be wise to cut off the infected limb. I understand it will not be easy to tear apart families and such, but fact of the matter is we have all these infected people. We want to limit it because if we don't find a solution by the next full moon, we still have to get through tomorrow night, but by the next full moon, we are very likely going to still have infected people, and they're going to be turning on each other again.
Mm-hmm.
The only sure way to prevent the uninfected from being infected is to keep them wholly separate. And as King Rage and Tilkir suggested, we make sure the infected are not involved in any handling of foodstuffs.
It's sounding more and more like the advocation is for exile or worst of the infected individuals, and
That is not the plan. The separation isn't full miles and miles apart. It is just to keep a safe distance so as to keep individuals from spreading whatever this is until we know what the infection vector is. Once we know how this gets spread, and we can control that and inform people of that, we can start looking at reintroducing everybody into one cohesive group again. But until we have that definite answer, we can't risk.
I'm sure we're going to get a clean, definite answer anytime if we play it safe like this.
The alternative is that everyone becomes infected and it becomes just a slaughterhouse.
And I'm not advocating for that.
I understand that you're not advocating for it.
It's just that we are going to have to do some tough choices here.
There is no good option out of this.
What is the least amount of damage we can cause?
We either compromise their happiness or compromise their safety. And I'm not willing to do the latter.
Soda just kind of crosses her arms. Quiet.
If you want to see how infectious this is, if you can find some uninfected to be volunteers to live among the infected, that might be a way of going about it.
I mean, we could at least send the word out if anyone is willing to do such a sacrifice.
If we want immediate answers, though, I recommend we get ourselves volunteers to go and swap spit or whatever the fuck, pardon my language, with some of the infected who are willing to do such, and then see if they,
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not sure if you're going to find yourselves any uninfected that are going to be willing to submit themselves.
That is the concern.
We have today to do something, or we're not going to know for another month, regardless of what we do. The Alchemist Guild brought up that people are being intimate a lot more than they'd expected. I'm certain there has to be a few couples that are still around both sides without everything having killed or torn them apart.
I mean,
does she know what couples?
No, we'd have to get a head count. We'd have to ask.
I mean, that'd be valuable information because that would rule out several vectors.
Yep.
I can think of at least 3.
So do you want to
Let's
hunt down Isidore?
Erstyle, can you help me out with that? You're more connected than I am.
Or Isidore, I mean?
What do you want me to do?
Isoline?
We need to find couples and find out if all couples that have been together, we can go to the Alchemist Guild to get a first count. We need to find out if all of them are wholly infected or if there are people who are one partner is infected, one isn't.
Check it out. Okay.
So y'all are gonna go chase down that lead. Iselin, it takes a little pushing to get her to confess the names that requested the contraceptive potions. She's not keen to give them up, but when it's impressed upon her how important it is, she will cave.
Ma'am, we
We do not ask this except under dire circumstances.
Hey, look, she very much believes in doctor-patient confidentiality.
Yeah, ma'am, I need to inform you. We need to know who is boning in this tent city. It is a matter of national security.
Yeah, this is gonna take hours to track down all these couples that are like confirmed. They've been fucking to the point that contraceptives have had to be involved. And I guess to help explain, because this was part of the session that wasn't recorded, the Alchemist Guild have a contraceptive potion that can function as like a sort of plan B. So I'm gonna say that probably started around 10 o'clock, and then getting the names and then actively hunting people down. I'm assuming you're going to use what network you do have to help track down these individuals, as well as those of you just being in positions of power, like pulling some weight to hunt down people. I'm gonna say it's probably gonna take I want to say 4 hours. So it'll be 1,400. By the time you get these results. From that list of names you have, in all cases, both partners are infected.
Okay. Oh. So unfortunately, that leaves us at square one.
Well, the issue is that if they've been partners this entire time, they probably were eating the same meals.
Yeah.
So we gotta find the trysts. Is what we gotta find. No.
Well,
Well,
what about
saying that, something to consider is you all generally have been taking meals together, and not all of you are infected.
True.
Yeah.
I'm not telling you you're necessarily wrong. I'm just throwing that out there.
Yeah. Meals is definitely one part, but I think that intimacy is at the very least another method.
Potential vector.
Yeah. Congratulations, it's an STD.
You got the bats.
Yep.
Okay, so no vector ruled out. The potential vector is still on the table.
My question is, other than immunological response, why would one member of a household get it and not another?
Well, there's multiple possible things going on there. It could be that they didn't eat from the same infected stock. It could be that one of them just were lucky and resisted it, or whatever.
I'm bearing that in mind. I'm just thinking aloud.
Yeah, I mean, it's a curse that acts like a disease, and diseases are weird. let's look at other experimentation vectors. That way we have legitimate
I think
reason.
The only one we really got is giving people the uninfected people spit to down.
I was more referring to ways to keep people contained.
Oh, well. I'm not sure that we're going to have anything this cycle for that.
I mean, let's try another batch of sedatives. Gather up. This time we're not going to necessarily grab volunteers. We're going to tell people. One such will be a member of that small group.
Stressing the fact that it is for the, getting more answers about how this works.
Correct, because once again,
I don't think you're gonna have a hard time convincing most people because the ships are safe, even if we're just asking to take this medicine.
Yeah.
It guarantees that you're not going to get ripped apart by your buddy.
So I want that. I want to have that done. We'll grab the one person from the odd group that seems to have a higher body count and all seem to be alive. So.
Have them build separate so they can't mimic the others if they are hiding something.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm going to say it's going to take an hour to organize that. It is 1,500.
Starting to get
Yep, starting to get into the time.
Okay. Hey, Zach.
Yep.
Can I go craft some stuff?
Depends on what you want to craft and how long it takes.
Yeah, from what I remember, there are some very, very fast peppers here.
what?
Very what?
Fast peppers.
Spicy peppers.
Okay, I was about to say I have no fucking clue what you're saying. All right.
Yeah.
Yes, there are some spicy peppers. What about 'em?
I would like to take some of these spicy peppers that we can find from the local area, and I'm gonna just make like pepper gels and pepper balls, and
I see. Yeah, you can certainly access some of those. The peppers are common enough that you can spend some of the time during the day to go gather them yourself. And then spend some time crafting. So pretty much like I'd say you were involved in the morning talks, I'd say from 10 o'clock until probably like you're going to the boat, so I guess it's like as long as you're not doing anything else, you can like craft from the rest of the day from 10 o'clock on.
oh, you want me to do one large crafting check, or do you want me to make a crafting check for the remaining hours?
Just a crafting check for each different type of item.
Okay. Dun-dun.
Is there any other preparations anybody wants to do during the day?
I want to see the collegiate fucking tent changed. If there's any, okay. See if there's any sign of activity. 22.
Nice.
Around sunset, Tilk is going to visit Queen's Rest.
So 1600 will be sunset.
Okay.
Is there anything anybody wants to do with that? Is Tilk going by himself? Does anybody want to go with Tilk? What's everybody else up to? What, Dolly?
I'm on the boats. I'm uninfected. I'm staying that way.
Rhea's
Yeah.
going with Tilk until she needs to go and get chained up. So
Okay. Yeah, you have a few hours. You don't need to be chained up by sunset. Like at this point you have a couple hours after dark before it's like you need to immediately like be tied up.
Cool.
Ursal's crafting, so I'm assuming he's just going to go to the boats when sunset is approaching.
Not really.
So are you only crafting up to sunset? That'll give you 8 hours. No, sorry,
So
6 hours. My bad.
that's perfectly fine. Spend some time making some pepper gel or some pepper liquid, and then also some pepper balls.
Okay.
The
Pepper
man's
pellet.
inventing mace.
Well, not inventing. He learned it from somebody else.
I learned it existed, and I'm just
Yeah.
gonna be like, we could probably use this to help with something in the future.
I mean, it definitely feels like newfangled technology to you guys. You never had any need for it in Wild Maple.
True.
What does that do? Oh, it's the most irritating thing that will ever happen.
Why?
A sniff? Oh God, it burns my nose. Don't put it in your face.
So, Earth style, Tope, Rhea, going to Queen's Rest.
Sure.
Okay.
Yes.
So sunset comes, Sveta, you get on a boat and head over. You do see that the voluntold people are being sent over to the other ship. Same process as last time, going a little bit further out in the bay. Those of you that go to Queen's Rest, when you are approaching the hill at sunset, you see one of these tiger dogs sitting in the shadow of the tree on the hill.
Intriguing.
Does it notice us?
Yes.
How does it react?
It's watching you.
Toke will attempt to approach slowly and calmly. Not with any malicious intent, but like trying to share this space.
Continue to sit there.
Okay. If Toke doesn't move to really disturb it, but he will offer a prayer to Nalzandris for our mortal souls and not being sure what's going on to our bodies, our mortal bodies.
It will, as you start to pray, it will stand up and it will start going down the hill, and then it'll stop and turn and look at you all.
So I'm not hallucinating, right?
No.
Aristotle is just gonna start walking behind it slowly. He's gonna he pulls out his notepad and makes a note.
Yeah, if you start following it, it will continue walking.
I will follow it.
Is it leading us somewhere?
Maybe.
We'll see.
Maybe it's a cure.
Wouldn't that be? Oh, let's see what this crazy land has for us then.
So it leads you about a mile out, and eventually there is a relatively small burrow of sorts nestled between a pair of hills, and it will sit at the side of the opening and just look at you.
Sense motive.
Sure.
Get an 18.
Well, this is an animal. It definitely wanted you to follow. It wants you to do something involving this hole, you guess.
Tilt goes in.
You know from the reports, these things are typically skittish around people.
Yeah.
This kind of interaction is definitely very strange.
Tilk will acknowledge it and slowly enter the burrow.
To get into the burrow, you can't stand up. You do have to crouch and kind of walk at a continued crouched position to go inside. And it is dark in there.
Dark vision.
Right. Yeah. It looks like it goes a decent way underground.
If you want to follow me in, feel free to. If I'm not back, well,
Yeah.
we'll
Uh,
figure something out. And he'll slowly make his way in.
Rhea follows along, and it's like pitch black in there, right?
Yes.
Did we have a torch with us?
No,
You can.
I don't need them.
Yeah.
Yeah, Rhea has a torch because she has only low light vision, and she lights it with a spark cantrip.
Okay.
Yeah.
First dog going in the hole.
I think I hear a little bit of Fortunate Son playing in the background. yeah.
Oh boy.
I really hope not.
Get it. No, never mind. So you all delve into this hole. And you're walking for like a good, crouch walking for a good like 10 minutes, it feels like. It's kind of hard to gauge how long you're down here for. But there is a shift of some kind. Something about the air feels different part of the way in. You can't quite put your finger on it. It still smells the same. It's still the same temperature, but there's just something different. And eventually, this tunnel opens wider and wider until you enter a cavern that is massive. The darkness stretches beyond your dark vision. And you all can't help but feel the sense that you're not alone in here.
Do I see anything?
Not at the moment. Like I said, the darkness extends beyond the range of your dark vision. There's nobody nearby. Taking a few steps forward, you can see there are bones scattered across the ground, but you don't see anything living at the moment.
What kind of bones?
You're not sure. Some of them look like they might be humans. Some of them definitely look like they belong to animals. It is a variety.
Yeah, we'll just test that and just do a little detect magic in the area. Things are getting a little special in general.
What's the range? It's a cone in front of you, right?
Pretty
a cone of roughly 60. Oh, so yeah.
Is it 60?
I was gonna say I think it's 60. I think in Pathfinder, I think it's 60.
Okay.
I was actually just gonna ask if I can roll a perception.
Sure.
Just for auditory perception.
Yeah.
I can't see further than the torch.
Detect magic. Are you aiming it down into the cavern?
Yeah.
It's not picking up anything.
Okay. Well, there's nothing overtly magical like right in front of us here. She's just pointing in the direction she checked. But she is going to basically just systematically just check around and see.
Okay. So first I'll kind of really tilt his head real quick to just catch any kind of sound in this cavernous space. I get a 36.
You can hear movement. Whatever it is moving slowly, but it is big. You get the feeling that is why you do not feel alone. There is something massive in the darkness that is rousing at your presence.
Hey. Okay, stage whisper. Hey, Bill.
What?
Bill.
What?
You might want to, if you don't have your scythe out, draw it very slowly. Right, yeah.
Yes.
As slowly and quietly as you can. Just knock an arrow. There's
she
something.
points to the torch she's holding.
Fuck. Well, then draw your dagger or whatever else you have, because there's something here. And it is huge.
She holds out the torch towards you.
I apologize.
Grabs the torch.
Hello?
So calling out hello into the darkness, you all can hear the shifting now and scrapes against stone. And you do feel a slight warm breeze pass over you briefly. That smells kind of like rot. And then a large pair of luminous white circles that look suspended in the darkness, probably about 100 feet from you. And then you hear a booming voice that reverberates throughout the cavern.
Cut up.
It dropped you.
Fuck me.
Your
let's
mic
try
geeked
this.
for some reason.
You came.
I did.
You are here.
I am.
Slowly gives Pilk some side eye. The hell?
I ignore style.
Your gods have no purchase here.
But you recognize our gods.
I can smell them. I can taste your faith in them. But you are mine now.
And who are you?
I have gone by many titles. Most forgotten. I was once known as Goreth. If you want, you can make a knowledge religion here.
I will.
I will do so for shits and giggles. I will also surge for shits and giggles.
I won't surge because there's no point in me fucking doing so. I rolled nat 1, everybody.
Ooh.
First, I'll get the 19 on a knowledge religion check untrained.
Unfortunately, neither of you have no idea who the fuck Gorath is. Never heard the name before.
Wouldn't be surprised if it's a DC 30.
He did say that his name
It's a pretty high DC, yeah.
that his name's been forgotten at one point. That is what Silk's operating off of.
Knowledge planes doesn't help.
You could attempt a knowledge planes.
Cool. And I'm searching. And no. Probably.
The name doesn't trigger anything, but you have an inkling suspicion that you are not on Ahios anymore.
Oh.
Rhea just pauses and just seems to straighten up a little and says, "We are not. We have walked into another plane."
Yeah, I'm sorry. You what?
We'll talk about that later.
What?
And just she taps it on the shoulder and says, "Take it later."
Well, okay.
You say that I'm yours now.
Yes.
Is this to do with the affliction that me and mine have been given?
Yes. I think you and yours will serve me well. At the very least, to hurt the Godfather.
To hurt the Godfather, he said? They said?
Yes. It is a masculine sounding voice.
Okay. And their god, their gender could be beyond my comprehension.
Could be.
And who is this Godfather?
He is head here. Damn his. God damn it. I'm trying.
You're good.
He said here. Damnation on his name.
Oh my god.
I think you're gonna have to go without the voice because it dipped.
God damn it.
I heard it consistently the whole time.
Right, but I don't think the recording software is picking it up.
Yeah.
I wasn't picking it up.
F.
God damn it.
I apologize.
Yeah, that's unfortunate.
We tried, everyone.
Maybe I'll look into doing a voice changer or something if I can figure out when this is obnoxious. All right, we'll go without the voice. Here is his name. Damnation upon it.
I get the spelling of that?
You should know the spelling. He is the
He is one of the
husband to your patron goddess.
Yeah.
I was
AGTJIR though.
so I think it's that J because that's when like you cut out for
Yes.
that each and every time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's hair.
God. I was hearing an N. I was hearing an N the entire fucking time.
Nope.
Uh,
It's probably the noise cancellation because I was just dropping too low. Too bassy.
and Reyes asks, what does it mean that we are yours?
Your souls bear a taint I have placed upon the mortal realm. And thus I claim you.
And what does that mean for us?
You see a massive black talon extend from the darkness. And it kind of extends between two of you in the group and taps down into the stone and starts scratching a gouge in it. And then you see a almost imperceptible silvery thread between two of you that it tugs on. The bindings of fate and destiny are ones I intend to levy. A curse upon the Godfather. I will see him fall, and I will watch the crows feast on the corpse.
First, I'll just mouth agape, speechless.
So I believe I know you by another name. Although not really a name. The Forgotten One?
No. The Forgotten One is beyond this place.
Both have an affinity for crows, so I ain't a leap in logic there.
The Forgotten One always wins in the end. A promise was given to the Godfather, and it is his destiny. Kick and scream as he might.
What was this promise?
It is the nature of all things to end. He was promised that end. But as many do, he fears to the end. He does not wish to relinquish what is his.
But the Red Raven always claims its prize. But for now, that is not why I have summoned you here. Fate has conspired to bring my mark to you and yours. You have a choice. Work in my name. Work for me. Work on behalf of destiny. Worship my name. Let it be remembered again. Or don't, and suffer for it. Either way, I will get what I want.
That's a lot to think about.
Sure is.
When one worships you, do they gain the ability to control this mark?
Good they pay the proper respects. Such protections may be gifted. It has been very long since I have been worshipped. No thanks to that betrayer.
You don't mind me asking,
Good.
'cause I'm genuinely curious. What are the pillars of your faith?
It kind of sits there in silence for a moment. Mine is not a church. It is not a temple. Mine is the wood, the grove, the mountain, the sea. I am the beast, the first beast to roam Hezarona. To follow me is to respect the natural order of things, the cycles of life itself, the nature of all things. It is to follow the process.
And you just make sure the wheel continues to spin.
Yes.
That's respectable.
Without it, there is no adaptation, there is no growth, there is no change, there is stagnation.
What's your take on the, I don't want to call it celestial cycle. I don't believe that to be accurate. This, oh, what do the followers of the bone call it?
Oh, what?
of the end times.
They also refer to it as terminus.
Terminus. What is your take on terminus? As that part of your order that you
My
respect?
Take. It is part of the cycle. We are in it now. Even now, I can hear it. I can smell it. Do you feel it? The death?
Do I feel it?
No?
No.
Disappointing. I can smell.
And it comes closer, and you can hear the inhale of like a sniffing sound.
A familiar scent. A scent I haven't encountered in a long time. Destiny is certainly cruel and curious.
I certainly believe you on that one.
There is another sniffing sound.
And this one, I smell the lineage of Azotl on you. Girl.
Yeah, that's like, who?
Yes, Azotl, mother of the Chromat.
What?
Yes, I will enjoy using you to my ends. Poor shame to have one of her clutch in my obeyance.
And there is a very strange, choked sort of laughing sound.
Can you spell that name?
Ezotl is Ezotl.
Man, I was wrong.
You have probably heard the name in passing. Ezotl is revered as like a minor divine who is allegedly the mother of the chromatic dragons.
Oh, well. Yeah.
Really? Third tense.
There is yet another snapping sound.
And you, the one agape in shock.
Huh?
I smell the wood folk. The folk from the wood beyond the world.
You know that?
Curious one of yours would be so far from the tree.
Not by choice.
Destiny rarely gives one.
Yeah.
We have much to discuss and much to ruminate on. Also, I don't want to go berserk in here. I don't feel like that would go well for me.
Yeah, I would. No, yeah, that probably would be a good idea.
though. I believe it is time that we head back, but I am open to future conversation.
If that is your choice, then the blood will flow, and it will slowly slip away into the darkness again.
We need to get you back, that way you don't get turned into a burger patty. I looked at her style.
Ooh.
You. Let's go.
What
Let's
do you?
go. Let's get out of
What?
here. Before...
Damn, I kind of regret not coming with you guys now.
You could have gotten some hints at some shit.
Coulda, shoulda, woulda.
And
Yep. You all turn back, start making your way up the tunnel. About halfway up the tunnel, you feel that strange shift again.
Oh.
And then you emerge out of the burrow to find the tiger dog is gone.
Rhea looks around for landmarks to note down this location for this threshold.
It's between a pair of hills. There's nothing super significant, but you didn't take a super convoluted route to get here. So you think as long as you don't fail a DC 10 survival check, you can easily find this place again.
one second.
She extinguishes the torch and sticks it straight up in the ground.
By the time you all come out, the last of the rays of sunset are slipping away. It is 1700.
Okay, time to get back.
It passed. I will remember where it is.
Cool.
Yep. When you get back, get you situated, get you offshore.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. Ursa, you get to the boats, no problem. Though by the time you all get back, it is already dark. Once again, the night proceeds as the previous night. There's more violence. There's more killing. And you all reconvene for the next morning. The 21st of the Liger beer. Being marked. It is 6 at dawn. You all, assuming, do you all use Mythic Surge to overcome the change, or do you just ride it out?
Tilk will spend a Mythic Surge. He has a lot.
Rhea is a little uncomfortable with the revelations that just happened.
He needs to do some thinking. And I don't think he gets to do a lot of that when he gets turned into a bat creature.
Okay. Cool. Is there anything particular you want to do in the encampment while murder's happening all around?
Tilk just is in shock for a lot of reasons. He did spend most of his time kind of just staring off, trying to think on what everything's happened. He's not going to do anything productive.
Rhea is a little shook as well, but she's going to try and meditate and try to just refocus herself, analyze what's going on, why she resisted it, that sort of thing. Just trying her best to figure out any answers in introspection or whatever she can find.
This is all introspection?
Yeah, because she can't do much else right now being chained up.
Yeah. Yeah. If you do want to attempt any knowledge rolls, you can. Otherwise, like, you know what you know.
I mean, I can attempt to knowledge religion again.
Sure.
Maybe I won't roll 1 this time.
I'll give you like a +5 circumstantial because of some things that were said.
I'll go fuck myself. That's another 1.
Wow. Can I roll knowledge religion?
The 11 is enough to know that the thing that stuck out to you is the mention of the first beast.
Yeah.
It's archaic lore. It is mentioned in some religious tomes, but there are mentions in Hezarona pretty soon after Nehedo was kind of established, along with like the garden / the oasis, depending on who you're talking to on the terminology. There did emerge the first beast, which was a creation of het years to kind of begin the population of animals within the realm. Obviously, this is creation way predating the shattering.
Yeah.
The first beast is allegedly the origin of all creatures. Allegedly. It was described as multimorphic. Meaning it was a shapeshifter.
Yeah. A lot of that's tracking.
But beyond that, there's not much known about it. It's kind of faded from lore as far as you know, beyond that point.
What it is, it's the conversation with the High Priestess tomorrow.
Yeah. Were there any knowledge checks Ray wanted to make?
Well, that silver line that she saw between them, she's trying to see if there's anything she knows in her teachings or she can figure out about how she might be able to break between, if there's a way.
I mean, knowledge arcana.
Yes. Arcana it is. And if I use like Divine Surge, I do get the others back even if I resist, but I'm like permanently down 1. Right?
What?
Permanently down? What do you mean?
When I resist the transformation, it takes away 1 of my points, right?
You just use it as if you had used a Mythic Surge normally. It's just every time you resist.
Oh yeah. The cost increase.
Yeah.
I've rolled twice this session. Both were nat 1s.
Yeah, that's pain, dude.
Yeah. That's
So hey,
random
listeners,
life.
you remember? Yeah.
Wow.
So listeners, you remember when he said the dice hate him?
Yeah.
2, 3, still a 14.
A 14. The silvery ethereal threads, in combination with the mentions of the threads of fate. You've heard mention of it, of course. There's always the conjecture of like, certain people are fated to be great. The threads of destiny are ever changing. But you don't really have any education in that, and it's just more like people generally kind of think that people typically have some purpose to serve in life, and it's not necessarily out of like religious thought. Like there are certainly religious people who do think that at a like fundamental religious level, that everybody has a role to play, but the common people in general are just like, yeah, everybody has something they're meant to do, whether that's an actual like destiny playing its hand or you just finding the thing that you enjoy in life.
Mm.
But that's pretty much the limit of your understanding.
Rhea doesn't really take the whole being in pawn very nicely.
Yeah. As a reminder, the thread was between you and your compatriots. But yeah, like pawn shenanigans, definitely a little bit of a vibe.
Oh, so it was between all three of us that were in the cave at the moment.
It's implied. It was only shown to be between two of you, but the implication is the group of you are connected.
Oh, okay.
If there's nothing else, we can progress to morning.
Can
Okay.
I roll to learn or to kind of either think back or remember anything else on the forest, the spirit forest, I guess it is, the elven forest?
Yeah. Either I think knowledge local. What specifically are you trying to recall? Like, are you trying to recall something magical, something religious? I guess like you pick what knowledge check you want to roll.
Okay.
Because whatever knowledge check you roll will determine the context of the information that you recall, if any. Because the Wood Elf territory and the Mother Tree and everything is multifaceted. So there's
right.
Yeah.
So because he didn't really pay attention much to Sunday mass. So it'd be more local for what he has, but he was probably going to start taking a look into religious texts at some point. But local is what I will try to roll then.
Okay.
28.
Sure.
That's a nat 20 and a 1.
Let me.
A 1 on my inspiration die, son of a bitch.
I mean, you got a nat 20 on the 20 die.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
matched
you
up
will.
the important one.
You recall most of your information involving the realm of the Wood Elves and the Mother Tree is stuff that you've learned from your mother, because your mother is a full-blooded Wood Elf, and your dad was the human of the pairing.
Yep.
From the stuff you know, the Mother Tree is of immense significance because of a process that is a deeply spiritual process that the Wood Elves partake in that is known as planting. Essentially, when a Wood Elf is reaching the end of their life, and if they were, particularly accomplished or wise or whatever, then they will undergo the planting ritual where they imbibe a special potion, the preparations of which you do not know. But they imbibe that potion and then they are buried alive. And when they pass from their body, a new great tree will grow. The Mother Tree is allegedly the first and is a result of a planting of several Wood Elves from ages past. It is said, according to your mother, that Wood Elves can commune with these trees to collect information and to remember histories and gain wisdom and such. In a sense, it is living memory being contained within life itself.
Oh, interesting.
So by extension, the realm of the Wood Elves is a deeply sacred place and why it is very aggressively and zealously defended. And that is why you also know and recall from one of the dreams you had back in 8 Acts, the Leoquen, which is the wood elf word for the foot of the wood. It is not referring to the edge of a forest. It is referring to the edge of the forest where the split between these planted trees from past wood elves and normal trees is. It is a spiritual border in a sense.
Mm-hmm.
There are implications to that. There are assumptions you can make about that spiritual significance, but those are the things you recall. The Wood Elves are a fairly secluded, isolationist group. But you know that they are predominantly made up of rangers and druids. And they live very much in harmony with the land.
Makes sense. Makes sense.
Yeah. As far as like connecting that information with some of the stuff he talked about, you're not really sure. There have been mentions and theories that elves might be related to the Fae, but it's unclear. And him talking about the Wood Elves being from what he said that you recall, from the wood beyond the world, that doesn't mean anything to you. You've never heard that before in regards to any of the stuff your mom told you.
Daylight come and I wanna go home.
But if there's nothing else, we will advance to morning. Morning comes. You all take like the hour to convene on the shoreline. The report from Caius, which I imagine is the thing you're burning to know.
Yeah.
There was more death. There was more violence within the encampment. Caius informs the normal people had the same reactions. Nobody was strong enough to break free of their bindings, but they raged all night again. However, the one from the cult in question seemed to be calmer and also attempted to use a claw to pick a lock.
Okay. All right.
However, it did not seem to understand speech.
Cool. High Priestess, I'm going to say a name, and I would like your immediate, honest reaction. Garth.
I'm sorry. What was that?
Gorth.
Is that supposed to mean something to me?
I was hoping it would, to be honest.
No, I'm afraid not. I'm sorry.
Well,
we could use the title.
Well, let's explain what happened first. I'm going to give them a full recap.
Okay.
Describing how it's like, hey, I followed the portent, found the dog thing, followed the dog thing, found a spooky cave, went into spooky cave, and met Gorth. Meta being known as Gorth, being who states their name has been forgotten, and other gods that our gods have no purchase in these lands. I kind of highlight that point, as it feels like why everyone's connected is like the gods aren't absent; they're not in, they don't have a hold.
That makes sense. Seems an absurd claim. If the gods aren't bound by geography, they are faith. That's seems ridiculous.
But as we discovered when we had the meeting with the locals, they knew nothing of our gods.
Oh, certainly. Why would they necessarily? If they worship other entities, they would have no need to seek out ours. There are many gods, after all.
I mean, yes. I think that might be why they have, as this being said, no purchase.
It's
a theory.
Well, I'm not sure.
So, and also something, before this outbreak happened, did you feel a connection to the gods then, or was it the same feeling?
I felt the connection as I normally did, yes.
So, well, we explained everything that happened there, and he said that he marked every one of us that are
infected.
Infected, yeah.
Then I think that might be the origin of the curse, perhaps, if it is to be taken literally. Not to jump to conclusions.
But it also might be what is causing us to, our own gods to be more distant.
Perhaps. If he is... yes.
What if it's a little of both? Gods are partly geographical and partly faith. A god can move, but it may be difficult for them even if their followers move. Whereas, even if they're in their own homeland, who's to say that the god is all right without any followers to preach them?
Maybe. I would think that gods are more powerful than being bound by geography, but it's hard to say. It could be. Now, once again, conjecture.
Yeah.
If it is claiming to have marked you all, perhaps it influences casting a shadow, so to speak.
Which is my thought. They called themselves the first beast.
Oh. There are some writings about such a creature. The first beast was a multimorphic entity, allegedly. The first shapeshifter, truly in a sense. That would mean, well, a curse causing shapeshifting being tied to such an entity would make sense, but I don't see the motive. I understand from your telling that it seems to take issue with headgear, but I don't see why we have no writings to think that it would be angry with headgear or any such thing. There is the mention of its creation and its existence, but no mentions of such conflict.
It says that its name has been forgotten. Maybe it's upset at that? I conjecture. either way, in this, we'll say meeting, it having described that it has a mark of its a mark on our souls, on our beings, and that to follow them is to respect the natural order of things and the cycle of life, the nature of all things, and to follow the natural processes. And those that do follow and worship are granted protections. What I'm thinking, Caius and Highhand, do you know of any of the individuals that are a part of this group that Spymaster Erstyle has seen? Do you know if any of them patrolled that area?
Sorry, which area again?
Patrolled the area the hole was.
Yeah.
Caius thinks none to my knowledge, and High Hand shakes his head.
Possibly they could have stumbled upon it without being on patrol. It's not incredibly far from camp.
Anything's possible, sir. But none of those individuals, none of those names I recognize anyways, were over there.
Well, one of the individuals is the first to pick a lock, or at least attempt to pick a lock as a anthropomorphic bat. I'm wondering if they are worshippers.
Well, it certainly cannot be out of the question. Thing is, well, I know a thing or two about worshipping things outside the norm, you could say. It could be they might be indirectly worshipping it. If what our spy master says is true, it could be they might have already had inclinations in that direction. While it wasn't exactly popular, there were worshippers of Azatl back home. Who's to say? Well, there were practices of people worshipping nature. It wouldn't be a stretch to have similar beliefs, and if what he says is true, those infected or marked, they might be getting a partial benefit, maybe.
Essentially without knowing.
Either that or there's something they're doing that is giving them some clearer mind. Because from what I saw, it was not a person in there. There was an animal, but it was a very clever animal. It did not seem to recognize any words I said to it, but when I gave it a taste of my blade for trying to pick the lock, it did not try to do it again. And it stalked around in the cell like a cage.
I mean, if they are not afforded protections from this being, that may be a route we want to discuss with them. It means the betterment for the settlement. Because this being, if it is truly the source, has made its terms and conditions clear.
Certainly.
I myself, not a fan of being used like a pawn. I can't imagine many of those inflicted with this condition would agree.
High Hand nods at that.
I wanted to more present this for the sake of information. It is not my intent to do what this thing wants.
Well, Lady Silvermoon says, if we can prod it for more information, if you think you could talk to it again, maybe get a little bit more of its motive, we could perhaps find a way to make a pawn of it. If we appease it, get some benefit out of it, let it think we're playing along, we could maybe make things work in our favor.
It is the thought that crossed my mind.
High Priestess is frowning, but she keeps her mouth shut.
It's a very fair frown. The issue is parlaying with such a being into a point where we would have the best hand. If what it says is true, in that it is the one that has marked our soul, who knows what else it can do with our marked souls. That is a terrifying aspect to try to explore without knowing. But, again, the purpose of this was to lay out new information that has been made available, along with a potential reason as to why the response from the gods have potentially been lukewarm.
Mm-hmm.
Considering that it started that this problem with connecting with our gods happened during the outbreak, that's a hella convenient coincidence otherwise. If it isn't related.
But we have a month.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, well, I imagine we're going to have a little bit more turmoil.
I imagine we will.
Either way we cut it, whatever we plan to do, we need to have multiple plans. Whether we're appeasing this thing, doing as it asks, not doing as it asks. If we don't do what it asks, either way, we're going to need a plan. Otherwise, there's going to be more death a month from now.
Correct.
By my estimates, we've easily lost a couple thousand, at least. So something's going to have to give.
Oh, in case you were not made aware, I thought I got a message sent out, and if you hadn't noticed, the collegiate is entirely missing.
Mm-hmm.
Good riddance, I say. They won't be missed.
That's true.
The knowledge that I'm going to miss.
Knowledge they wouldn't be liable to share, unfortunately. Truth be told, there's not many places they could go, very likely, so
Mm-hmm.
I imagine they'll turn up again at some point, sooner or later.
perhaps with a new stick firmly planted in their ass.
Could be.
Either way, we need to see to both populations, infected, uninfected. Aristotle, you have a contact that is working with the, well, not working with, but in contact with the individuals. I'd like to hear their perception on myself and the council, and figure out if they'd be willing to meet and discuss why they are able to maintain an amount of control.
He did say if you pay in the cave there, if you pay the proper amount of respect, that is a possibility.
Yeah, but then are you anything other than cosmic search at that point?
Well, we also don't know if these individuals are bound by a faith or bound by a practice. If they're bound by a practice, that practice can be emulated and refined. If they're bound by a faith, well, that's where that goes.
Yeah.
I'll have my guy try and mingle with them and see what we can work with.
Probably not good to just tell them, like, I don't know. Maybe observation is the best.
Well, that was the original key idea, to see whether or not we can glean anything from the observations. But if the King Regent wants to be more on the more quick side, we'll probably see if we can get a little powwow going.
I'm not saying that we have him deliver a message saying that the King Regent wants to speak with you. I'm saying if we can find out their methods, either by having the individual connect dots and ask them questions, or however you see fit to do so. You are the spy master, but their information could be invaluable. Their information could be the difference between thousands dying and a handful.
Well, definitely. It can take a little bit.
Yeah, well, we have a month now.
And Rhea says, I certainly, for one, am not very comfortable with being called upon to be used in their weird celestial games.
No, and I agree. But we need to figure out what we can do for the people to A, return a sense of normalcy, and B, keep them from ripping each other to pieces in the night every month for 3 days.
Yeah.
I hate to burst your bubble, darling, but normalcy with this looming over their head? I know a month is a good while, but you might be a little pressed in that department.
We're a little pressed in every department.
Yes, well, I'm saying is don't expect to restore some amount of normalcy. These people know that it's coming again unless you can find a way to reassure them that the worst is behind them.
And that's why I'm hoping to get this information from these individuals that are reacting differently.
Yes, our spy master's doing what he can, but this talk of Terminus, this rambling about how the gods have abandoned us, all of this, it will almost certainly fester without answers the more time passes. I think time should still be treated as a very severe factor. It should be our number one concern right now. Otherwise, we risk complacency. There is already murmurings amongst the aristocracy. on disagreements about how things are being handled. I would suggest haste before somebody gets wild ideas.
Then I believe Celody's going to have to go out the window, and we are just going to have to ask this group directly. We need answers.
I mean, if you have a means of talking to this thing, if you can do it again, that is where I would start. Talking can reveal a lot of things. And if this one is so forgotten, well, I understand gods aren't quite people, but if I had been forgotten for untold ages, then I certainly would be eager to talk. But that's just me.
As an avenue that it will potentially be explored.
Yes, the decision is always yours, Your Highness. I'm just sharing my thoughts.
What's the priestess's reaction to that suggestion?
She there's not a clear expression on her face. You could attempt a sense motive.
I shall. I imagine it's one of distaste and an upset spaghetti. It's motive +4. My God, I rolled a 12. 16 total. I'm gonna surge. I'm gonna add a D6.
Fair.
2, 18.
So she is. You do get a sense of distaste. Just knowing how the faithful tend to be, and especially somebody in such a high position as she is, you're pretty sure she is finding Lady Silvermoon's kind of flagrant lack of seriousness or disregard toward a divine entity distasteful, if not outright insulting. Talking about them as if they were just people.
Yeah, no, that's
about right.
Oh, goodness.
That said, I think we're at a good stopping point.
Yeah,
Mm.
I am fried.
Yes. I think there's a lot of revelations for you all to consider, and maybe some plans to formulate. And next week, we're going to see how you all handle this.
Will you be having a makeup session with Syndra?
No.
Okay. Cool. Because tell
There
Syndra
is, quite frankly, nothing for her character to really do.
there's a lot of info to catch her up on. It's gonna be fun.
Yes.
Thank you everybody for listening for another episode of Aldfair here at Actual Play Broadcast. Thank you so much. You have a wonderful day, and we hope to have you on the next one.
Yeah.
Bye.
Yes.